Chapter 1665. Lu Xiaoyi did not receive a definite answer. This was within his expectations. The fact that Jutian could accept the 3 treasures and walk out of the Jutian mountain gate unscathed meant something. He had to leave enough time for him to consider and think. He could not put down his pride now, but in the future, he could give both sides a way out through an unexpected event. Even before he left, Jutian's sun god still warned him that he would not be lenient when they met in the void in the future. This was a situation that he had to go through. One thing was true. When Takizawa's reincarnation identity was exposed, he was no longer a pure Jutian cultivator. No one could avoid this and pretend not to know the huge changes that his true awakening would bring to Jutian. Of course, you could pretend that nothing had happened when the small splinter pierced your hand, and it was indeed nothing serious. But this splinter would quietly appear in your leisure time, in silence, when you were deep in thought, and when you were not paying attention, to remind you of its existence. Lu Xiaoyi had to wait. He had to wait until Jutian was annoyed and wanted to pull out this wooden thorn. He could pass her a small knife or tweezers from the side, or help her apply ointment, blow a few breaths, and say a few heartwarming words. This was the propriety of a cultivator. This was temperament. It didn't suit his usual carefree style. Junior martial brother, it's best to stay on the anchor chain for a while. Zhaixing is not stable, Jutian is not stable, and Hung River is unpredictable. The key is to consolidate your foundation in the initial stage. Oh right, you gave Zhaixing away, how are you going to explain it to them? After the 3 of them met, Guang Yarou reminded him. Lu Xiaoyi had a scoundrel face. I'll tell them the truth. I told Jutian everything, so of course I can't favor one over the other. It's the same for Zhaixing. When I go back, I'll tell them that I had no choice but to reveal my secret. I'm willing to build a bridge between them. Guang Yarou was speechless. Come to think of it, telling the truth was indeed the best way. It might cause a moment of unhappiness, but in the long run, it would completely eliminate the hidden danger. This move was a bit like a scoundrel in the marketplace. Not everyone could use it, but Lu Xiaoyi could. This was the effect that could only be achieved by personal charm and strength. One of them had outstanding strength and was already heading for double digits after sun slaying. The other had a strong background and was a bit of a scoundrel in character. What else could you say other than shaking your head and complaining? Reputation and strength were also important components of a diplomatic mission. This was something that had to be acknowledged. If the Crow ancestor was still here, he would just need to sit here and everything would be fine. They would have already held a Dharma assembly to celebrate the birth of the alliance, and at the same time, they would also have to fight to be the vanguard. We'll have to stay for a while, and there are many things. Senior brother, I think that sometimes when you do things, you can drag Juzian along. Don't put on airs. The 5th ring and Juzian are already standing in the same trench. Whether we do it or not, others will think so. Why don't we just defy? Guang Yarou nodded. I've had this intention for a long time. We'll start when they come back. Juzian, what's up with that female cultivator called Kawa? I heard that you and this woman have some ambiguous relationship in Juzian. Are you clean? If you're really close to her, what do you need me to keep quiet about? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. There's nothing that can't be said. What do I have to hide? She's just a senior sister, and our relationship is just ordinary. At the side, Piggyback was getting impatient. I say, can't you guys talk about something more meaningful? What's there to talk about women? One is hemming and whoring, the other is trying to cover it up. Isn't it just romantic debts everywhere? What's the big deal? Lu Xiaoyi was silent. He was in trouble, and it wasn't small. It wasn't in Hung River, nor was it in star-plucking sky. It was the information obtained after killing Li Taikan. The young god of Hung River was also a heavenly eye. This problem was a little tricky. Even someone as careless as him knew that after he entered Heavenly Eye, he had only completed one mission, and it couldn't be considered a success. However, he had already killed 2 of his own people. Regardless of the specific reason, the fact that this was a fact would not be pleasant to hear. Therefore, he stayed here to consolidate his realm, and to wait for news from Heavenly Eye. He needed to settle these troubles before he could set out with peace of mind. Time passed slowly, and the order of the anchor chain seemed to no longer be important. Now, what was more important was the fragments of the five ether drifting in the universe, and the countless joys and sorrows it had caused. The most important of which was that someone had killed in Sky Waterfall Lake. The murderer was unknown, and no one knew who had such tyrannical means. In the star-plucking domain, Lu Xiaoyi was living leisurely. His days were leisurely, especially when he had a beautiful senior sister by his side. Ka's main target was the star-plucking domain, so it was very normal for them to meet here. She wasn't the kind of person who liked to look for so-called opportunities outside. Little Yi, tell me the truth. Have you already taken down the star-plucking domain? Ka glared at him. Because even someone as meticulous as her could feel that the star-plucking domain had been a little different recently. When she thought about how this person had fought for the star-plucking domain, everything made sense. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. It's not me, it's us. Ka snorted. You want to tie Zhuxian to the fifth ring's war chariot? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Senior sister, I'm not tying everyone to the fifth ring's war chariot. I'm tying everyone together to form a new war chariot. There are many parts in a war chariot, and the fifth ring is only one of the more combative part. The essence of war is to rope in the majority and kill the minority. If you insist on being aloof, you'll put your fate in the hands of others. Bind. As long as our group is big enough, we'll be able to attract more and more forces to join us. It'll be very difficult at first, but when the snowball reaches a certain size, it'll form a brilliant momentum. Don't fuss over every little thing. Does everyone have to be like-minded? How can there be so many like-minded people? We just need to make sure that before the era changes, our interests are the same, and that's enough. Ka felt a little helpless. In reality, among the many external forces in the anchor chain, in terms of size, Zhuxian was second only to Heaven's Choice. But in terms of roots, it was a powerful world in the origin world. Logically speaking, it should be the most respected and naturally formed the core of the origin world. However, after coming to the anchor chain, she realized how naive her thinking was. Zhuxian was the most despised of all the external forces here. This had nothing to do with size. The same situation was reflected in their attitude towards Heaven's Choice. Wanting to have Zhuxian as the core was just a dream. Actually, she had a premonition before coming here. Bai Mai and the others also had the same premonition. The origin world was too big, so it was difficult to have a true core. If there had to be one, in this kind of chaotic world, it would have to be the most aggressive. Zhuxian did not have this kind of temperament. Chapter 1666. Lu Xiaoyi found a place to hide in the star-seizing realm. It was also to summarize and reflect on what he had gained in the past few hundred years. This was something he had always insisted on ever since he started cultivating. The direction of his cultivation method could be further expanded instead of being stuck to the Big Dipper scripture. In the primordial spirit realm, the means of his opponents had reached a new height. In the future, he would face challenges from the young gods of various orthodoxies. There were all kinds of secret skills that covered everything. This required him to come into contact with more on the path of cultivation, broaden his horizons, and enrich his foundation. Only then could he respond to different changes at any time. He was lucky to have gathered the 5 grands as well as Hun Dun. How to make full use of this and manifest this set of Dao state power in swordsmanship was the most important thing for him at this stage. In the cultivation world, very few people used the Dao realm power of the 5 grand essences in battle. This was because it was not sharp enough, and it was easy to learn but hard to master. This was because only when the 5 eccentrics were gathered could the power of the entire basic power be unleashed. He was very lucky, as he had mastered the 5 ties and chaos. Of course, he had to unleash his unique advantage because the formation of the universe originated from the 5 ties, and from there, the other innate Daos were born. In other words, when he could master the power of the 5 ties, theoretically, he could decipher any innate Daos. Because the foundation was with him, there was no ready-made swordsmanship to learn, not even Xuanyuan's scabbard. Now that his cultivation had reached the immortal divinity stage, the most substantial thing that could increase his strength was the formation of his own vital qi. No matter how the world of cultivation defined this thing, his first task was to convert all of his refined mana into vital qi. Only then could he have a higher efficiency and sharper flying sword. Primordial qi was compatible and could do anything that magic power could do. If he had primordial qi when he was fighting Litikan, the battle would have been much easier. The path of Henghe region was different from the mainstream of cultivation in the universe. It was weirder and easier to see results. But because of this, Henghe region did not have a defensive weapon that orthodox Taoist cultivators had when they reached the level of Yang Spirit, the auspicious cloud. This was his good fortune, but also his misfortune. Auspicious clouds, 5-colored clouds, auspicious qi, like smoke but not smoke, like clouds but not clouds, melancholy and bleak, also known as Qingyun. The sun hung leisurely in the vast sky, the 6 mountains were motionless and condensed into flying smoke. Flying geese swam out from below, auspicious clouds and clear scenery swirled around. It was not something that should be present in the Yang spirit realm, but a vision that only appeared when immortals appeared. It was something that carried the 3 flowers and 5 qi. It was the recognition of a cultivator who had reached a certain high level in his understanding of Taoist magic. It was a combination of a great cultivator's own Taoist magic, fate, and Taoist magic. Not only did it require extremely high conditions in all aspects, but it also required a very long time to condense. This time could easily start from 1,000 years. Therefore, ordinary Yang Spirit Supremes simply did not have the time to condense such a troublesome thing, even if it did have a miraculous effect and could restrict the opponent's attack and invasion on the level of the Dharma. The condensation of the Yang Spirit was too far-fetched. His cognition in all aspects had not yet been baptized by the declined state. He lacked precipitation and had flaws. It was laborious and unrewarding. However, these were problems more than 10,000 years ago. With the development of the cultivation world in the universe, all kinds of divine skills and secret skills had the tendency to spread downward, especially after the collapse of the Great Way and the chaos of the rules. The gap opened by the heavenly way was not only in the difficulty of the upper realm, but also in other aspect. No one with true power would be greedy and make a bunch of strange defensive methods. They all knew the importance of profoundness, so they often dug out the most effective defense in the aspects they were best at. For example, Qingyun. It turned out that this thing was something that only half immortals were qualified to dabble in the normal cultivation order. They could create half of a Qingyun to completely solve their own defense system and free up their hands to do other things. Only when they entered the immortal record could they truly condense a complete Qingyun. However, the heavenly way was now chaotic. Although only immortals could condense a true Qingyun according to the rules, the threshold of half a Qingyun had been opened from half immortals to the top experts of the Yang spirit, especially those with extraordinary backgrounds. Whether or not they could condense half a Qingyun was an important factor in determining the foundation of a Yang spirit. Until now, Lu Xiaoyi had not encountered a Taoist Yang spirit with half a Qingyun. Previously, it was an ordinary Yang spirit. After that, it was Henghe, who did not walk the Qingyun path but the divine path, so he had missed it perfectly. However, in the future, it was inevitable that he would encounter such a Yang spirit, so he had to make arrangements in advance and prepare for a rainy day. It was not that he wanted to condense a Qingyun, but when he mastered the 5 empresses of the innate Great Way, it was equivalent to solving the foundation of condensing a Qingyun. If he did not know how to use such innate conditions, wouldn't he be stupid? Among the innate Great Ways, it was not surprising to master a single one. The most important thing was to form a system. For example, the 5 empresses plus the chaos system was the basic system. The most direct appearance was the direct help to the condensation of Qingyun. The 5 virtues system could bring out the faith of all living beings to the extreme. As long as humans were not extinct, it would be inexhaustible. The 5 luck system could see through 10,000 years and solve all mysteries. The spacetime system formed by time and space, the reincarnation system formed by karma, and so on. Mastering a system would have great power. However, in the previous collapse of the Great Way, there was no collapse of a system. Instead, there was a collapse of a system. The 5 empresses were the first to form a system. They could collapse in a system, but it was impossible for cultivators to learn in a system. This was the difference. Therefore, his current level of mastery of the Tao realm provided a solid foundation for condensing Qingyun, or through the process of condensing Qingyun, to deduce a certain offensive skill. In this sense, the primordial spirit realm was of great help to him. It was so great that if he completed his plan, he could even fight against the top yang spirit without dodging. In a swordsman's battle, it would never be able to achieve a balance of offense and defense. Without such a philosophy and ability, the swordsman would always be in an awkward position when it came to defense. Swordsmen would always attack and use offense to replace defense. This was a philosophy, but it could not be applied everywhere. There would always be situations that you would not expect, especially when the opponent knew that you were a swordsman, but was still willing to fight with you in an open space. There must be a way, there must be a way. The swordsman's sword always made people feel helpless, but why were others always helpless? If Lu Xiaoyi was a Dharma cultivator, he would think of 1,000 ways to restrict the swordsman's escape. No one was a fool. When a swordsman went up against a Yuanying or a Zhenjuan, it could be clearly seen in many cases of death. They were greatly restricted in the battle environment, just like in the battle between Lu Xiaoyi and Henghe Yang Spirit, he was actually pulled into a situation where he could not escape. This was the meaning of Qingyun. Chapter 1667. Lu Xiaoyi focused on his own cultivation. With his status, it was not suitable for him to go out and build relationships, so it was better to leave it to the 7 messengers of the 5th ring. This was a long process. He liked to cut the Gordian knot and do what he liked. Even if he had nothing to do and slept, it was better than thinking about this and that all day long. Kawa did not come often. She was busy communicating with the other cultivators of Juzian, including the people of the 5th ring. The premise of establishing an alliance was to understand each other's character, habits, style of doing things, and demands. In the end, it was difficult for them to make a final decision. They still needed the approval of the higher-ups of both sides. The alliance of domains was related to the future of thousands of cultivators. It was not something that could be decided on a whim. From this point of view, he had already regarded himself as a superior, although he did not feel it. Xiaoyi, what are you practicing? The top of your head is covered in dust and fog, and there is a strange smell. Are you practicing to urge the rain? Or did you eat too much and fart? Kawa found it strange when she saw it by chance. Only she could see it. If others came to visit, Lu Xiaoyi would not show it to others. Almost everyone who stayed with Lu Xiaoyi for a long time would more or less be influenced by his way of speaking. It was as if they would feel uncomfortable if they did not say a few words to disgust him. Lu Xiaoyi was proud. This is the auspicious cloud. Isn't it amazing? Kawa was shocked. How could she not know about the auspicious cloud? It was a rare thing that only the top yang spirit could cultivate. It was said that once it was cultivated, it would be invulnerable to water and fire, and could form an effective defense against any kind of attack. It was the culmination of high-end cultivators' defense. There was only one cloud, and there was no need for other defensive methods. In Juzian, in the carefree travel, she had only seen senior brother Bai Mai cultivate such a cloud. According to him, it was far from half a cloud. This guy was only a primordial spirit cultivator, and a new one at that. How could he cultivate such a thing? Out of curiosity, she waved her hand lightly, bringing up a gust of wind. She really did not use any strength. It was just 10% of a normal spell. The wind blew past, and the thin cloud was like cotton, and in an instant, it was blown away without a trace. Lu Xiaoyi could not stop it in time. He watched his auspicious cloud disappear with the wind and could not help but complain. It was supposed to be an auspicious day, but in the end, it became a fleeting cloud. Senior sister is really unromantic, too much. Kawa covered her mouth and laughed. Xiaoyi, this is an auspicious cloud. I'm afraid it is not even a rain cloud. Don't use it in a real battle. If others see it, you'll be a joke. Although she said that, she was also surprised in her heart, because her wind was not an ordinary breeze, but a Taoist wind. No matter how powerful or weak it was, once it was used, it was impossible for it to disappear on its own. If it was a real rain cloud, this gust of wind would have blown thousands of miles away after dispersing the rain cloud. However, after blowing away Lu Xiaoyi's so-called auspicious cloud, her wind also disappeared completely. Even she, a caster, could not feel how it disappeared. Xiaoyi, I heard that there are many kinds of auspicious clouds. There are visionary auspicious clouds, harmonious auspicious clouds, ambitious auspicious clouds, 5-color auspicious clouds, 3-flower auspicious clouds, and so on. Senior brother by my cultivates the 3-flower auspicious cloud. What kind of auspicious cloud is yours? Lu Xiaoyi said discouragingly, this is not an auspicious cloud, it's a haze. Actually, the so-called auspicious cloud had a lot to do with the Dao realm that the cultivator had grasped. For example, the visionary auspicious cloud was an auspicious cloud that only the heavens did not speak. It was an auspicious cloud that showed people an image. Taoist things were shrouded in clouds and mist. He was too lazy to care about what kind of auspicious cloud he would create. After all, it was based on the 5 ties. He had not thought about what to merge into it in the end. Grasping too many Dao realms was also troublesome. It was not easy to choose. He did not want to give up on any of them, but he also knew that this was not appropriate. He could not put all the Dao realms together and have a universe stew. The condensation of auspicious clouds could not be done overnight. Even if he had a deep foundation of the 5 ties and could feel the auspicious clouds faster than others, if he wanted to reach a level that could help him in battle, it would still take a long time. He was afraid that it would not be able to help him in a short period of time. Every time he ascended to the next level, it was the beginning of a new journey. Cultivation was so addictive. You would never lose your pursuit of your goal, because when you climbed to a peak, there would definitely be another peak waving at you. Senior sister, have you heard of the yin-yang auspicious cloud? Kawa thought for a moment. It's the first time I've heard of it. Can every innate great Tao form an independent auspicious cloud? However, I heard that only golden immortals who are compatible with the innate great Tao are qualified to form an innate great Tao auspicious cloud. What's the origin of your yin-yang auspicious cloud? Lu Xiaoyi said with a naughty smile, yin and yang, clouds give birth to dense mist. One is active and one is still, the Tao is natural. If senior sister wants to learn, I can teach you. Kawa finally understood. This was dual cultivation. This could also produce auspicious clouds. She would not try it. It was obviously a trap. This thing's mind was all messy things all day long. She swept away and said, go back and find your senior sister in the dome. Yang Meng. Yang Dai. Is there a chimney? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head inwardly. That bastard Guang Yarrow had really exposed him completely. In the star-picking mountain sect, Broken Silkworm was sitting alone in a quiet room. He had been in seclusion for a period of time and had handed over the matters of the sect to the other young gods. The star-picking mountain was not only his, and he had never monopolized it. A junior martial brother transmitted with his divine sense, senior martial brother, that little guy exposed all of our secrets in Jutian. He's really despicable. How are we going to get along with Jutian in the future? Broken Silkworm was indifferent. Did Jutian find trouble with us? No. Then what are you worried about? After removing a piece of your heart, you can face Jutian openly. Other than losing some face, what you've obtained is a stable future. What else are you dissatisfied with? He should have told us in advance. Get used to it. Swordsmen are used to doing things first. This is a bad habit passed down from their ancestors. But if you think about it carefully, you'll be able to see the deeper meaning behind it. In the future, if everyone is really tied together, it's better to be honest about such dirty things as early as possible. Is it comfortable to wait until after the alliance is formed and then be exposed by someone with ulterior motives? The junior martial brother retreated. Broken Silkworm smiled bitterly. This little guy was really watertight when doing things, sly and cunning. But this kind of character was not annoying because joining forces with such a person meant that they would not suffer too much. Thinking back, that earth-shattering figure was also like this. How was there a trace of righteousness? But he was trustworthy. He was worth following. That was the most important thing. The universe was changing. The strong would rise and the weak would fall. What was needed was ambitious and ruthless, not tragic heroes. He was very clear about this. Chapter 1668. In an ordinary waterside pavilion, several benevolent sailing young gods faced each other in silence. This was a late discussion. Because they were looking for fragments, it took several years for the great cultivators to gradually return. After tens of thousands of years, benevolent sailing had moved from the tail of the anchor to the claw position. This was a great thing, but there was no joy in the eyes of the benevolent sailing young gods, as if it was an ordinary change. It was not that benevolent sailing young gods could keep their composure, but in the cultivation world, more than 300 years was far from enough. In the mortal world, there was a saying that it took 10 years for a tree to grow and 100 years for a person to grow. But in the cultivation world, this age had to be increased to at least 1,000 years. Only by not falling out of the anchor claw or arm for 1,000 years could the reserve of benevolent sailing young gods show a phenomenon of a blowout. This was an accident. The next time they returned to the right track, it would probably be the day they returned to the tail of the anchor. More than 300 years, they could barely cultivate some Jindan. Even Yuanying felt that it was not enough time, let alone Zhenjuan. 90% of the Zhenjuan who went up in the anchor chain sequencing this time would still be them in the next sequencing. At that time, without the collective collapse of the great Tao fragments, what could they use to create an accident? Of course, they would return to where they came from. There was no need to think too much about it. It was inevitable. Therefore, they actually had nothing to be happy about. This was not the true strength of benevolent sailing young gods. It was just a flash in the pan. One of the young gods blamed himself and said, "I was the one who introduced the Henghe boundary to everyone. During this period, I have been communicating with them, so I can't blame myself for everything that happened." In one battle, most of them were destroyed, and they became the joke of the anchor chain. A young god senior brother comforted him. "Junior brother, why do you blame yourself? It was just an accident. Moreover, we have also been in contact with the Henghe boundary. This is a joint decision of everyone. You don't have to bear it yourself. This is not something that one person can bear. When the Henghe boundary is defeated, we immediately abandon our friends. Won't this attract the attention of the forces of other realms? Do you think that Ci Hang is a short-sighted force that only looks at immediate benefits?" Everyone agreed. This was also a common understanding in the cultivation world. Although they still had to choose a more powerful force to ally with in the end, this was a test of their skills. They needed to maintain their reputation. If they did it too hastily, it would be easy to be slandered by others. They would be seen as unreliable and passive. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even if they felt remorseful, they would still persevere for a period of time and then find another reason to avoid the limelight this time. This was the safest way for a cultivation force. The self-blaming young spirit sighed and said, "I've always been close to Senior Marshal Brother Li of Heng River, so I've always kept his purpose of coming to the anchor chain a secret. But now that everything has changed, I can't say anything. I hope all of you are mentally prepared." The young spirits of Ci Hang began to take it seriously. Everyone had their own circle and their own secrets, especially young spirits like them. Of course, they were qualified to have their own secrets and did not need to report everything to the sect. However, if a young spirit took the initiative to say it, it must be because he thought that it was likely to affect the sect, so it was not a trivial matter. The young spirit sighed and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Li didn't come to the anchor chain just because he happened to pass by here. He also wanted to see the situation of the anchor chain. He actually came to the anchor chain for a purpose. The purpose was that a 5-ring Shenyuan swordsman with a yin spirit cultivation base had some conflicts with the cultivators of Heng River when he passed by. He killed 7 or 8 Zhenjuan of Heng River, including a yang spirit. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Only a swordsman could do such a thing, a yin spirit killing a yang spirit. This was going against the heavens. Senior Marshal Brother Li judged that the swordsman would pass by the anchor chain. Because he couldn't find him in the void, he came to the anchor chain early to wait for him. He waited for nearly 100 years. He finally found his trace on the miniature star map sequencing. A young spirit of Ci Hang reacted and said, "Do you mean that he was hiding in the sequencing team of Zhaixing? And the swordsman was the one who destroyed the team?" "That's right." Senior Marshal Brother Li's judgment can't be wrong. After the sequencing was over, he chased after him. I didn't want to cause trouble for the sect, so I took the initiative to avoid him and went far away to try my luck with the fragment. The leading young spirit gasped. "Shidi, have you ever asked about the background of the Shenyuan swordsman?" The young spirit shook his head and said, "I'm not stupid. Why would I ask about that? There's no reason to get into trouble again, but even if I didn't ask, I know who he is. He came from the direction of Juzian, a yin spirit, and was able to kill the yang spirit of Heng He." Senior Marshal Brothers, after hearing what I said, you can probably guess most of it. The leading Senior Marshal Brother's expression changed and he said, "You mean that Senior Marshal Brother Li of Heng He killed the Shenyuan swordsman?" So in order to prevent Shenyuan from coming to take revenge, he has to draw a clear line with Heng He and get rid of the implication? This is really... If you say so, I think we have to settle things with the people of Heng He as soon as possible. Those swordsmen are unreasonable. Who knows what methods they will use to take revenge? The young spirit was very confused. "Senior Marshal Brother, I didn't say that Senior Marshal Brother Li killed the Shenyuan swordsman." The leading Senior Marshal Brother let out a long breath and said impatiently, "You're hemming and hawing when you say something. You can't even explain it clearly after a long time. What exactly happened that made you make such a fuss?" This time, the young spirit finally finished his words. "I didn't see it with my own eyes, but because I was familiar with Senior Marshal Brother Li and for his safety on the anchor chain, I told him that I left a signal source in his body. The main reason was that I was afraid that if he did something, Ci Hang would be the first to react. But when I was looking for fragments in the void, I suddenly found that the signal source had disappeared and it had lost its response. I was also afraid that he would run away after doing something big and leave Ci Hang here as a scapegoat, so I rushed to the place where the signal source disappeared. When I arrived at the scene of the incident, I carefully examined it. In the end, it turned out that Senior Marshal Brother Li was killed by someone. That's why I immediately rushed back. Today, I invited all Senior Marshal Brothers to gather here and see what kind of rules we can come up with." Another young spirit was killed. The people of Ci Hang were a little confused. Combined with this person's previous legendary achievements, it seemed that this person's killing of the young spirit was no longer a matter of luck, nor was it a matter of taking advantage of the situation. It was because he had such an ability. The problem seemed to be complicated. So, was he still connected to the Heng He sector? Or was he drawing a line? Or was he pretending not to know and playing dumb? This was a test of the collective wisdom of a force. They were still connected. This 5-ring Shenyuan swordsman was really a little scary. The key was that he was obviously still connected to the most powerful Zhaixing of the anchor chain. This seemed to set the tone for the overall direction of the anchor chain in the future. If they still clung to the Heng He sector and refused to let go, their future would not be easy. Leave the Heng He sector aside. Wouldn't the people of the Heng He sector come for revenge? They were really in a dilemma. Chapter 1669. Lu Xiaoyi's time of happiness didn't last for long. There was a mission from the Heaven Eyes. It was simple and clear: Jinxiu Heaven and Earth, eliminate evil and defend the Tao. There were other specific arrangements, so there was no need to go into detail. His boots finally landed on the ground, but Lu Xiaoyi's mood was not calm. After more than 1,000 years of cultivation, he had a deep understanding of this world of cultivation. He was very clear about the way to survive in the world of cultivation. Moreover, he was very understanding of human relationships and knew the details. He could also learn something from this task. He was no longer a greenhorn who didn't know anything. He wouldn't think that everything was fine just because he didn't do anything wrong. Doing things his own way was a sign of immaturity. How could he stay out of this chaotic situation? No matter what he did wrong, he had killed 2 of his colleagues since joining the Heaven Eyes. If he was in charge of the Heaven Eyes, he would definitely teach such a naughty person a lesson. This had nothing to do with whether you did something wrong or not, because if the matter wasn't dealt with, it would have an impact on the system. When it came to the normal operation of the system and personal gains and losses, the higher-ups had to prioritize the former. That was why the appearance of this mission was strange. It didn't express the dissatisfaction of the higher-ups of the Heaven Eyes toward him at all, as if it was just an ordinary mission. The more it was like this, the more cautious he had to be. He had to be on guard against any traps. This was a problem that could only be solved by him alone. His background couldn't help him, and he couldn't drag his friends down with him. The Jinshio Heaven and Earth was 30 years away from the anchor chain, which was where the Bayou came from. This was another reason for his suspicions. He wanted to go there to see the mysterious sword vein behind the Bayou, but he didn't put it on the itinerary. Now that he had fallen asleep, someone handed him a pillow. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He quietly left the realm and didn't say anything to anyone. This was the benefit of not joining the mission. He was free to come and go. He followed the star map and set a direction before turning into a ray of light. At the same time, news came from the inner realm to a meteor outside. There were dozens of cultivators gathered here. They were all at the perfected Lord level, and none of them were weak. When Dasami received the message, his expression was solemn as he mobilized. Everyone, this person has already left the domain, and his direction has been set. It's time for us to settle our grudges. I'll say it again, this person is extremely strong and cannot be defeated alone. We need a 3-man team to intercept him and maintain contact with each other so that we can provide support at any time. Some cultivators were somewhat worried. Will the anchor chain cultivator intervene? After all, doing so may affect the order of the various diplomatic missions. Dasami snorted coldly. He's not a member of the envoy group. He came with his face covered. Do we need to treat him like an envoy? The cultivators here basically came from 2 sides. One was the people of Henghe River, and the other was the loose cultivators that the Buddhist sects of the main world had found to support the 3 caves. They were all forces that had suffered a great loss in the miniature scene. They had gathered here for a long time, waiting for the opportunity to walk out of the Chi layer. Swordsman was not the only person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The people of Henghe River were also like this. Those loose cultivators were not people who could endure suffering losses. Roaming the void of the universe had created their wild temperament. Their characteristic was that they would seek revenge for any grievances. They would not care who the other party was or what kind of extraordinary background they had. Dozens of people divided into dozens of small teams and formed a huge net, encircling the person in the direction he was heading. The void hunt had officially begun. In the outer regions of the star-plucking domain, such a commotion could not be hidden from the host. Star-plucking cultivators had already sent word of the abnormality in the outer space back to the sect. When Hatchien was on duty, he hastily rushed into Senior Brother Broken Silkworm's quiet room. Outside the room, he kowtowed and asked, "Demons and monsters, ghosts and monsters in the outer space. If one is not surprised, they will be defeated. Hatchien, what do you think of this?" Broken Silkworm remained calm and collected. Hatchien carefully said, "It's very clear that these ghosts and monsters are targeting Senior Brother Lu. They want to encircle and hunt him. Senior Brother Lu's strength is exceptional. If there were only a few people, there would be nothing to worry about. However, with dozens of cultivators coming in a group, since this is our anchor chain domain, is this kind of behavior allowed? Wouldn't that set a bad precedent?" The relationship between our star-plucking domain and the fifth ring domain has just been established. At this critical moment, it's not good for us to feign ignorance and watch helplessly, right? Broken Silkworm asked, what do you think we should do? Hetchen gritted his teeth. Activate the power of the star-plucking domain and sweep them away. That way, some people will know their place. The anchor chain domain has been too lenient on them in recent years. Some of these people from outside the domain are a bit ungrateful. Broken Silkworm shook his head. Too careless. Moreover, what makes you think that fellow Daoist Lu can't deal with these ghosts and monsters by himself? Seeing that Hetchen still did not understand, he might as well explain it more thoroughly. The existence of these people has long been under fellow Daoist Lu's attention. However, due to the fact that they are too close to the star-plucking domain and they have not expressed their true intentions, it's hard for them to make a move. Just like this time, when he goes out into the universe, he can bring these people out. The universe is vast and boundless. Playing hide-and-seek with a powerful swordsman in the void, I'm afraid that even if they have the guts to go, they won't be able to return alive. Hetchen laughed dryly. Senior brother is quite confident in him. Broken Silkworm was afraid that he would act on his own, so he no longer hid it from him. You know that a young god came to Hung He and hid in Ci Hang. After the sequencing ended, this young god of Hung He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to make a move, but in the end, he got himself involved. Why bother? With such ability and advancing to the Essence Soul stage, why are you worried about him? What you're worried about now is us old young gods. Maybe we'll go against him in that matter, and our lives will be in danger. Hetchen did not know about this and was a little stunned when he heard this. Broken Silkworm instructed, you have a good personal relationship with this person. The sect is very willing for you to make such capable friends, so I don't blame you for being worried. However, if you want to go out and help, your current strength can only be a burden. Hetchen, you should put more effort into your own cultivation. Friends are friends, but if you can't keep up with others' footsteps, the gap will only widen. I don't know what others think, but don't you feel ashamed and uncomfortable? Hetchen left, and the quiet room returned to peace. However, Broken Silkworm's heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. He had communicated with Lu Xiaoyi about how to deal with the group of people in outer space, but this was not the plan. He should have left them alone for a while to see how many people would join in. However, Lu Xiaoyi's departure this time came without any warning. It was very sudden. He did not even say goodbye or anything. This made Broken Silkworm a little dissatisfied. Young people were like this. Just because they had some achievements, they did not take their seniors seriously. They always thought that they could solve everything with what they had learned. Swordsmen were all like this. Pride was their biggest weakness. Looking at a certain direction in the sky, he was also very curious. Where did he go to cause trouble? Chapter 1670. Splendid Heaven and Earth, Splendid Heaven and Earth. This was a world of mortals, a true world of mortals, the incomparably huge world of mortals, although not as big as the Heaven's Choice continent in terms of size, was far above the 5 rings. The so-called true world of mortals referred to the fact that this was not a place where cultivators could cultivate in the ancient and primordial times. It was not like many other worlds, which were just products of cultivation planets that gradually fell behind. From the very beginning, there was no possibility of spiritual opportunity being produced here. There was none in the past, none in the present, and none in the future. Therefore, everything in the mortal world was the same here. The people had no concept of cultivation from the root of their minds, and there were even scholars who condemned the existence of gods and monsters. This was destined to be a cultivation desert. It was still splendid, because the Creator did not abandon the living beings here. Without the cultivation world, without the cultivators, this was a world ruled by mortals. The changes in history were much more colorful than the world with the influence of cultivators. There were countless countries here, and the culture became even more resplendent after the cultivators were gone, because the most outstanding talents in the cultivation world had all rushed to cultivate, but here, there were countless talents in all walks of life. As time flowed, magnificent historical scrolls were written. Here, there were still Buddhist temples and Daoist temples, but different from the cultivation world, this was the kind of place where mortals believed in sects and religions. They also raised a group of ordinary, so-called monks and cultivators who were just waiting to die. Other than being incompetent and having no skills, they were actually just a group of mortals. Among the countless large and small countries, there was the Yangzhou country, which had a long history and a legacy of more than 1,000 years. This was nothing in the cultivation world, but to the mortal world without extraordinary power, it was a miracle that the imperial power could not decline for dozens of generations or even 1,000 years. The Yangzhou country was not weak, and was considered a first-rate country in the splendid world. There was no worship of Buddha or Taoism in the country, but they believed in the Confucian school's theory that the heavens were healthy and the gentleman should be strong. In the country, there were very few Buddhist temples and Daoist temples. There was one, but it was also in tatters, barely holding on. For existences like them, if they did not have the support of faith, the foundation of the masses, and the support of the imperial power, it would be a problem for them to survive, not to mention other things. In the north of the Yangzhou country, there was a vast grassland called the Great Wind Plains. Since ancient times, it had been a place of exile for Yang and Zhao. After a long time, it had become a free zone that no one cared about. Because it was bordered by neighboring countries, there were constant foreign invasions. Because of the lack of control of the government, there were bandits wreaking havoc. The local tyrants built their own strongholds to protect themselves, and they fought fiercely. To survive here, it was not something that ordinary people could endure. Almost every herdsman who lived here was an agile horseman and swordsman. Every village and tribe had their own armed forces. This situation was not like this in the early days of the Yangzhou country. The Yangzhou cavalry swept through many countries, causing people to tremble in fear. However, 2,000 years after the Yangzhou country was founded, it was no longer as glorious and had fallen to its current state. No one cared about them. The big shots were busy scheming against each other, and the foreign powers were eyeing them covetously. Some wanted to change the dynasty, some wanted to bite off a piece of fat meat from Yangzhou, and some wanted to establish themselves as kings. Who would pay attention to this place that was not peaceful, where the various powers were tangled and the people were fierce, but there was not much to gain from it? In the mortal world, at the end of every dynasty, there would be similar situations. From stability to chaos, when the chaos reached the extreme, everything would be broken and everything would be restarted. It was an endless cycle. If you were lucky, you would live in a stable period. If you were unlucky, you could only rely on yourself to struggle. You could not blame anyone. Xiaoguan village was one of the countless small tribes living in the Gale Plain. They were hundreds of people. 4 generations, they had grazed within a radius of 100 miles. They could make do with small groups of horse gangs and bandits. If it was a large group of horse gangs and bandits that came from a neighboring country, what awaited them was only disaster. Just like now, when the sheep were fat in autumn, a few large horse gangs joined forces to wipe out the small tribes in the grassland nearby. They were preparing for the harsh winter of the grassland and accumulating supplies. The horse gangs also needed to find targets in the autumn hunt. They would not stick to a few fixed targets. After robbing once, they would let these places rest for a few years or more and then come back again. Xiaoguan village and a few small tribes around it were not very lucky. This time, they were targeted. After being robbed 9 years ago, disaster struck again. Of course, they were not fools. They would not wait foolishly after being robbed. Over the years, they had come up with a lot of countermeasures. For example, several villages would work together to protect them. For example, they could attach themselves to the nearest horse gang and ask for a certain amount of protection by paying tributes every year. But the weather was unpredictable, and people were unpredictable. The head of the Jingang stockade, which they were attached to, had suffered a great loss in the battle with another local tyrant. Their strength had been greatly reduced, and they were like clay bodhisattvas crossing a river. In the end, when a large number of horse bandits were formed, for the safety of their stockade, they had become cowards. They did not even dare to provide shelter for a few small tribes, fearing that they would be besieged by the horse bandits. After all, to the horse bandits, if they could break through a stockade, it would be much better than sweeping up a few small tribe. The Jingang village's decision was very wise. The horse gangs did not use their full strength when they raided the small tribes. Their purpose was to attract the Jingang village's people to show up and give the small tribes the illusion that the horse gangs could still fight back. The result was that the resistance was in vain. After causing a certain amount of casualties, the horse gangs who did not show up began to take revenge. This was the beginning of their tragedy. The horse gangs were cruel and ruthless. However, no matter how ruthless they were, they knew that it was impossible to kill all the indigenous people. If they killed all of them, it would become a no man's land. Who would take care of the horses and sheep for them? Therefore, they usually set a few examples and killed them, as long as they did not resist too fiercely. However, the big plan this time was foiled because of the Jingang village's cowardice. They were very unhappy. In addition, a few small tribes did not see the situation clearly and resisted tenaciously. The loss of manpower was far beyond their expectations. Therefore, they decided to slaughter a village here and set a rule, just to deter the small tribes who dared to resist. Xiaoguan village was set as an example because their shepherds were the bravest and resisted fiercely. The key point was that they killed the son of a horse gang leader. Even if this son was the most useless of the horse gang leader's sons, it was still a reason to be slaughtered. For the horse gangs, they must maintain a high-pressure and terrifying attitude towards these ordinary shepherds. They must let them know the consequences of daring to resist and the price they would pay for killing a horse gang member. This was the establishment of power. Otherwise, with the vastness of the Gale Plain, if every robbery was so time-consuming and laborious, sooner or later the large horse gangs could only be reduced to a small group of horse gangs. In the end, they would be devoured by others in the cruel competition on the Gale Plain. Chapter 1671. There were hundreds of people in Xiaoguan village. The elderly, children, women, and men all knew how to ride a horse and fight. Of course, the ones who truly had the ability to fight were the men who were less than 200 years old. Now, more than half of them were dead. The remaining villagers were running away. They had lost their homes, pastures, and cattle. They did not know what awaited them in the future. Most importantly, the horse bandits did not intend to let them go. A group of 500 horse bandits was hot on their heels. Shabao urged his horse to gallop. He tried his best to protect the two women behind him. One was his sister, Wu Ya, and the other was his crush, Yuan Hua. They were both famous beauties in the grassland. One could imagine what would happen to them if they were caught by the horse bandits. He was 18 years old this year. In Gale Plain, he was already a competent warrior at such a young age. He was the pillar of the family, and that was exactly what he did. His parents had died in battle long ago. He was the only pillar of the family. Situations like his were not rare in Xiaoguan village. Every disaster was an elimination. The old, the weak, and the disabled were eliminated, leaving behind the most elite forces. In the Gale Plain, there was no such thing as elite youths dying in battle for the elderly. They would do it, but they would limit it to a certain extent. Otherwise, according to the prevailing etiquette of the continent, it would be impossible for any tribe to survive on the prairie. The survival of the fittest was especially cruel here. There was no warmth to speak of, because warmth would bring disaster to the tribe. In the gallop, more than 10 old men slowly reined in their horses. The horse bandits were too close. They needed to stop them. Such a task could only be undertaken by the elders. They placed their hopes on the younger ones. It was through this method that they managed to hold on for several days under the pursuit of the horse bandits, until the tribesmen who stayed behind to stop the horse bandits became younger and younger. When the 60-year-old tribesman died, the 50-year-old tribesman took over, followed by the 40-year-old strong men, and so on. Shabao felt as if his heart was being pierced by a knife as he watched the dozen or so elders from his clan charge towards him. These were all his relatives, uncles that he had followed since he was a child. But now, he could only watch as they walked towards their death. He could not turn back. This was the strict order of the tribe. This was something that had been followed for hundreds and thousands of years. It was precisely because of this cruelty that they had survived the countless turmoil in Gale Plain. This was the principle of survival. Then, he felt that there was a new change in the direction of the tribe's escape. From heading north, they were now heading towards the northwest. This was something that could only be decided by the leader of the tribe. If they continued north for another 100 miles, they would reach Stone City, a small border town in the Yangzhou Kingdom. There was a chance that they would be able to hide in there, but it depended on the mood of the general guarding the town. Under normal circumstances, these so-called barbaric outsiders were not allowed to enter the pass easily. However, there were horse bandits behind them, and if they offered up some valuables, there was still a chance. But to run northwest, where was he going? Furthermore, there was a mountain blocking their way, so how could they display their riding abilities? He quickly urged his horse forward and caught up with the two women in front of him. He shouted, "Clan leader, where are you taking everyone? There's a mountain range several dozen miles ahead of us. Are you out of your mind? Do you want to farm on Miaofeng Peak?" Yuan Hua's clear voice rang out, "Yes, we are going up Miaofeng Peak. The chieftain said that we can't go to Stone City anymore. We've lost most of our belongings, and the horse gang is chasing us too closely. Those useless soldiers in Stone City won't dare to open the door and let us go easily." Shabao was very puzzled. Even if they didn't go to Stone City, there were still many other directions. Why did they have to hit the mountain? The people of the grassland lived on horseback since they were young. If they left their horses, they wouldn't even know how to live. Of course, they wouldn't be willing to climb the mountain. They would rather die on horseback than climb the mountain to avoid a calamity. Furthermore, the mountain peaks on the grassland were just a few hills to the inland. They weren't towering mountains or steep ridges, let alone hiding them. It was said that there were a few valleys in Miaofeng Peak where there were refugees from the inland who were farming there. This wasn't something that these grassland men were willing to do. With their bodies, they could ride horses, dance with swords, and shoot arrows, but they couldn't hold a hoe. Yuan Hua actually didn't quite understand. The chieftain said that Miaofeng Peak is a legendary forbidden area. It forbids killing, and there's a mountain god protecting it. We can't go to Jingang Stronghold, and we can't run to Stone City. We can only go to Miaofeng Peak and try our luck. Shabao was dissatisfied. The chieftain is crazy. He actually treated the legends as the truth. He'll get us all killed. In the Gale Plains, and even in the Yangzhou country, there were actually legends of Miaofeng Peak. In a world that didn't believe in ghosts and gods, it was a very rare thing. There was a Daoist temple on Miaofeng Peak. Shabao had been there before. There were a few dilapidated houses, and using the word temple to describe it was an overstatement. There were a few weak Taoists who were hungry and full, and their faces were emaciated. The people of the grassland raised cows and sheep, but they raised pigs. It was only because it was easier to raise pigs, and they didn't need to go out to graze. However, those things were extremely dirty, so how could they be eaten? Then, there was a vegetable garden. However, such a Daoist temple had existed for an unknown period of time. It was as if in the records of the grassland, no matter how long the history was, this Daoist temple had always existed. It seemed to be even older than the Yangzhou country. It was even older than the previous dynasty of the Yangzhou country. It was even older than the legends of the grassland. It was so old that all the historical records seemed to mention this Daoist temple that didn't even have a name. The continent was in constant war. This was also not a place of civilization, and the flames of war burned even more frequently. That Daoist temple seemed to have been burned countless times, and destroyed countless times. However, after a period of time after it was destroyed, it would always stubbornly be rebuilt, even if the construction became more and more sloppy, and the materials became more and more shoddy. A strange Daoist temple, a strange persistence. It was unknown how those half-dead Taoists were able to pass down generation after generation in the long river of history. They were sick and crooked, but they never fell. Therefore, it was unknown where and when this legend came from. It said that Miaofeng Peak was protected by the mountain god, and other similar nonsense. Everyone knew that there were no gods in this world. No one would place their hopes of survival on such an illusory legend. That was an irresponsible act towards life. And now, their clan leader, the wisest person in the clan, had placed the hope of survival on Miaofeng Peak, which made many young people like Shi Bao disapprove of it. They would rather die on the back of a horse than climb a mountain. To be honest, people who were used to clamping on horses were not suitable for climbing mountains. There was no other way. Everyone was running in that direction, so it was impossible for them to part ways just like that. Chapter 1672. P.S. Don't forget the link below the app to select the best author. Looking for subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you for your support. Lu Xiaoyi finally got close to splendid heaven and earth. After 33 years, he had killed 33 people. In the end, no matter how slow he flew, no one dared to find trouble with him, whether it was a 3-man team or a 10-man team. Actually, it was only a few years of delay in the beginning of the long journey. After the void hunting ended, there were no more such troubles. He walked leisurely with his half-baked smog in his head. After entering the Heavenly Eyes organization for hundreds of years, he had not done many missions, but he had already become an old fox in the organization. The characteristic of an old fox was that they did not take missions seriously. They traveled all the way and did not distinguish between public and private matters. In fact, it was a process of consolidating themselves and forming auspicious clouds. When the magnificent figure of splendid heaven and earth appeared in the sky, even a veteran void traveler like him could not help but be amazed. It was really too magnificent. The last continent that left such an impression on him was in the negative space, and it was the universe's first continent, Heaven's Choice. It was light green, surrounded by flocculent white lines. It had a huge body and a stable structure. The surrounding astronomical phenomena were just right, creating a situation that was most favorable for human survival. After more than 1,000 years of cultivation, he already had a deep understanding of the various celestial bodies in the universe. It was an understanding from the perspective of cultivation, especially now that his understanding of the 5 ties and chaos had increased to a certain extent. In fact, the size of the celestial bodies in the universe was regulated. Not to mention the small ones, just the size of the celestial bodies was affected by various factors. It was not that the bigger the better, but there was a certain maximum limit. The bigger the size, the greater the influence of the surrounding celestial bodies, stars, planets, and various astronomical phenomena. The gravitational force between celestial bodies still existed in this cultivation world, but it did not mean that there was no basic mechanism of the universe with cultivation. The Heaven's Choice continent was an accident. It was actually a huge source of gravitational force, sucking all matter in the anti-space towards itself, just like a huge black hole. This kind of existence couldn't last long. Although it was still very stable now, if the timeline was stretched infinitely long, when there was no other matter in the anti-space that could be attracted to it, that would be the day the Heaven's Choice continent would fall apart. Originally, this kind of time span wasn't something that humans could predict. However, if the epoch change was added, everything would become complicated and confusing. Lu Xiaoyi had once predicted that the positive and negative space might merge. This was just his intuition. He actually had another intuition, which was that the Heaven's Choice continent also existed. When the positive and negative space merged, the entire Heaven's Choice continent might collapse into several, or even several hundred continents. This prediction was too terrifying, and it was hard for the Heaven's Chosen One to accept it, so he never mentioned it to anyone. This was the limit of the size of the universe's celestial bodies. Too big meant instability. It was the same in the origin world. As huge as Juzian was, why was it also made up of 3,000 small continents? There was such a reason. When Lu Xiaoyi traveled the universe, the largest cultivation domain he saw was actually his own mother planet's 5 rings. It was almost the limit of a celestial body as a whole. If it was any bigger, the core wouldn't be able to withstand it, and there would be problems due to the various attraction and tearing of the celestial bodies in the universe. Then, this splendid heaven and earth was much bigger than the 5 rings, so how did it maintain such stability? The key point was that this was a celestial body without any spiritual vigor, which meant that it didn't even have the support of the earth's crust. Without these extraordinary powers, how did it purely rely on the structure of the celestial body to withstand the various inexplicable powers in the universe? He wouldn't have considered these things before, but as his horizons broadened, he had many doubts. The mission he received now was in this domain, so he couldn't help but think about it. Many things in this place might seem normal to others, but to a cautious primordial soul stage cultivator, they were abnormal. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the primordial soul stage, so his life was more important. Gradually, he got closer. Under his perception, there was indeed no trace of spiritual vigor. It wasn't the kind of spiritual vigor that was faintly discernible after exhaustion, nor was it the kind of spiritual vigor that was hidden in the depths of the earth's core that had been restless all this time. There was no spiritual vigor at all. Needless to say, this kind of feeling made him feel closer. Just like the place in his previous life, it represented the high development of human culture and civilization. He just didn't know how much influence cultivation had on this place. One fact was that the largest population in the universe wasn't insects, but humans. He could guess that even if there wasn't a trace of spiritual vigor here, there would definitely be cultivators who stopped here to experience the mortal world, gather faith, and all kinds of strange reasons. He was a cautious person. He circled the splendid heaven and earth from far to near, circling in circles, carefully sensing the various auras of this huge domain. During this process, he was surprised to find that there were no traces of any cultivators. Whether they came in or went out, it was as if this was an ordinary domain, a forbidden area for cultivators. Were they all so self-disciplined? When cultivators passed through the atmosphere, they would always leave behind some kind of aura that wouldn't dissipate and would last for a long time. However, he didn't feel this at all. This was very abnormal. Any cultivator who passed by, even if it was just to satisfy their curiosity, would have to go in and take a look before leaving. After circling the splendid heaven and earth for almost a month, he didn't find anything. There was also no trace of any cultivators. He didn't hesitate anymore and jumped, descending into the atmosphere. It was also at this moment that a strange feeling suddenly descended. It wasn't a feeling that appeared on the outside, but in the depths of his consciousness. An old and melodious voice was loud and clear. Why seek the ethereal mountain when you know the meaning of the humble abode? The beer shouldn't be far, it should belong to the mortal world. This is the splendid heaven and earth. I'm the splendid immortal. Cultivators can't enter this place. The immortal court's laws are an eternal example. If you force yourself, you will face punishment. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this wasn't the real immortal here. It was just a little bit of the immortal's true spirit guarding here. He didn't want to challenge the immortal's authority at all. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he wasn't that stupid. He sent out a trace of the power of faith and replied with his divine sense, I'm a cultivator of the heavenly eyes. I'm here under orders to help the fellow cultivators here. The true spirit scanned Lu Xiaoyi's sea of consciousness and understood. It was very straightforward. Since you're here under orders from the heavenly eyes, you can enter, but there's one thing. Once you enter, you'll be immortal without a trace of a cultivator's ability. Have you thought it through? Lu Xiaoyi was just about to agree when he suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. If he really became immortal, the ability to move would be a big problem. The splendid heaven was so big. If he landed in the wrong place and hurried on the ground, wouldn't he have to run for another 10 years? He hurriedly said, I want to go to Yangzhou. Please show me the way. The true spirit said calmly, I know you're going to Yangzhou, to the splendid heaven and earth. Is there any other place to go? Don't worry, just go down. Chapter 1673. P.S. Don't forget the link below the app to select the best author. It's just a matter of convenience. Begging for subscriptions, monthly votes, average results, no energy. Thank you for your support. The group in Shaguan village was still galloping. The number of people had dropped below 200. To them, this was a matter of life and death. One of the riders showed signs of falling behind. Yuan Hua went forward to help him, but Shabao's eyes were burning with anger. This person who didn't even know how to ride a horse was an outsider from the inland. He claimed that he was here to study and was attracted by the grassland scenery. He was a bookworm who had lost his mind from studying in the inland. People like him were not rare in the grassland. Most of them were scholars from the inland who lived a comfortable life. However, this young scholar named Mu Nan was different. He stayed in Xiaoguan village to spread knowledge to the children of the tribe. He was very popular and respected by the villagers. He had been here for several months, but he did not expect to encounter such a disaster. Shabao did not like him for any other reason. It was because many of the youths in the tribe liked to gather and listen to this poor man tell stories about the outside world. One of them was his sweetheart, Yuan Hua. She even gave this poor man food and drinks. If you can't ride a horse and wield a sword, you don't deserve to live in this world. This was the mindset of the grassland men. Although they hated him, they knew right from wrong and would not really do anything. After all, he was still a guest. He urged his horse to squeeze through and grabbed the horse's bit. "I'll help him. You guys go quickly." Yuan Hua let go. In terms of riding skills, no one among the younger generation in Xiaoguan village could compare to Shabao. With him leading, they were much better than her. Only Wu Ya was giggling at the side. As his sister, how could she not know her brother's real intention? Sure enough, with Shabao's help, the horses' running became more coordinated. This was a necessary skill for an excellent shepherd. Shabao's face was cold. Hey, when you teach people, you should at least have the most basic survival skills, right? You can't always be a burden to others, right? Mu Nan chuckled. No conflict, no conflict. Practical experience is important, but so is theoretical knowledge. Thank you, this horse is a little disobedient. Of course, he had no problem riding a horse. However, if he were to run for his life like now, there would be a series of problems in the long run. He still couldn't master how to coordinate Ma Li to the greatest extent while running at high speed. This required a long period of practice. Can you throw away those books? You have to understand that if a horse runs for a long time, even a few extra jin of weight will affect its physical strength. Don't be a miser. Can't you see that we've thrown away the most valuable things? Mu Nan shook his head firmly. No. Books are more important than money. You don't understand. I won't drag you down. If I really fall behind, I'll dismount and reveal my identity. They may not do anything to me since I'm just a traveling scholar. Shabao sneered. Of course. Do you think the bandits lack a teacher? I think you've become stupid from reading too many novels. Under the galloping of the group of horses, who would pay attention to whether or not you were from the pass? Even if I don't chop you, I'll still stomp you to death. Mu Nan shook his head like a rattledrum. I don't know if we're short of teachers, but maybe we're short of someone who can write home. Shabao, don't look down on books. They're all very reasonable. Besides, there are so many bandits. Their nest must be short of literate people, right? Shabao was annoyed and ignored him. He held the horse tightly and loosened it rhythmically so that the horse could run more easily. The horse was a good horse, but the person was terrible. He didn't know how to control Ma Li. Yuan Hua laughed at the side. Sir, you're thinking too much. The bandits don't lack literate people. They have accountants, butlers, scribes, everything. They don't lack you. Mu Nan's interest was piqued. Run to Miaofeng Peak. I know that place. Don't think that it's very ordinary, but it's very famous in Yangzhou. It's even spread to the nearby dozens of countries. I've always wanted to see whether it's true or not. This is just the right time to fulfill my wish. I support the chief's decision. Shabao couldn't help but say, what's the use of your support? When they come for us with their sabers, won't we have to face them? You're about to die, and you're still thinking about traveling? I think you're just. Mu Nan shook his head. Not at all. Brother Shabao, don't be fooled by my weak scholarly appearance. I can still fence. Ordinary people can't get close to me. Fencing and horseback riding are all part of the 6 virtues of a gentleman. Although I can't compare to you in horseback riding, that's another matter. Do you know how to paddle? Wu Yai's voice was crisp. Sir, your fencing skills may be able to deal with the ruffians in the inland, but those who are chasing after us are desperados who live on the edge of their blade. A long sword is slender and isn't good at chopping. It'll break in one hit. A real fight is different from what you think. Wrong horse with 2 swords. Sir, your beautiful posture won't be useful. When scholars traveled outside, of course, they would carry a sword on their back. Firstly, it was for self-defense. Only with a horse and a sword would one be able to travel to the ends of the world. When Munan was in Xiaoguan village, he would often entertain himself with his sword in the mornings and evenings. It was indeed beautiful. However, in the eyes of these people from the grassland, it was just for show. They didn't expose him in normal times because they had to at least give him some face. But now, in a real fight like this, if he still thought that way, he would probably be cut in half. What was the use of having a belly full of knowledge in this chaotic world? Munan didn't argue with them over these details. He was very clear where his advantage lay. It was because of his vast knowledge. For example, the countless legends of this Miaofeng mountain were difficult to pass down in a small tribe like Xiaoguan village. This was the power of words. Although he had never been here, he knew too much about this mountain. The 3 wonders of Miaofeng mountain. The first wonder is that the inheritance will never be broken. No matter if it's water, fire, or war, the Taoist temple on this mountain will always be rebuilt. It's still standing to this day. Shi Bao was disdainful. He had personally seen it. Isn't it just a few broken houses? It's not strange that it's destroyed and rebuilt. There are always convicts who escaped from the inland. What's so difficult about building a few broken houses? According to what you said, the sheep pen in Xiaoguan village has a history of hundreds of years. Is it also a legend? Munan knew that he couldn't argue with him. Once he did, there would be no end to it. He could only continue to spread his knowledge. Qi of Miaofeng Mountain, no matter if it's war, or bandits, I've never heard of a Taoist who died in a war. There were records that said that the Taoist priests here lived for more than 100 years and were still hale and hearty. Shi Bao continued to refute. Of course they didn't die, but they often starved. If there was a war, they would just find a cave to hide in. Who would have the patience to go through the mouse hole to find them? The last time I went to Miaofeng Mountain, those Taoist priests stared at my flock of sheep. It was obvious that they hadn't eaten meat for months. I only gave them 2 sheep and they were so grateful. They insisted that I stay in the temple to study, write, and practice swordsmanship. They said that only by studying can I have a bright future. Bah! Are they people who can't even afford to eat meat? Oh right, they're just like you. They're just holding a broken sword and waving it around like they're dancing. I don't know how many cracks have appeared on the body of the sword, but they're still reluctant to find a blacksmith to reforge it. It's good that you're there. You can dance with them. You don't have to be a scholar anymore. You might as well be a Taoist priest. Since we're acquaintances, I might even bring you a few sheep during festivals. Chapter 1674. Although Shi Bao had thick eyebrows and big eyes, he had a sharp tongue. He was famous in Guansuan village. However, his loose tongue did not mean that he had a bad heart. Even though he was disgusted by this poor scholar, he did not relax his grip on the horse's chew so that the scholar could keep up with the group. However, their situation was getting worse. Although they were a tribe that grew up on horseback, the horse bandits were no weaker than them. After all, one was a professional robber while the other was a part-time herder. There was a difference. Just as Shi Bao and Munan were arguing, several groups of elderly tribesmen turned back to stop them. There was no tragedy here, only cruelty. The people who turned back knew that their sacrifice would give their relatives and nephews a chance to survive. The people who were being protected also knew that when they grew older, they would have the same opportunity to contribute. This was the survival of the grassland people. The horse bandits were already a mile away. If this continued, they would enter the range of the enemy's arrows in no time, but our arrows will hit them first. Shi Bao gritted his teeth. After a while, I will turn back to join the battle. I won't be able to protect you anymore. Take care of yourself and steer the horse well. Don't look around and let others take care of you. The rest are women and children. Who can continue to lead the horse for you? Mu Nan did not appreciate it at all. Why should I leave? Of course I will fight with you. Even if I can't kill anyone, I can at least attract the attention of a horse bandit. Shi Bao sighed. He had not wasted his time leading the horse for him. These were the words of a human, so it was worth it. Thank you for your kindness. But forget about it. If I see you in danger, do you think I will save you or not? Mu Nan was still the same. Although he was afraid, it did not stop him from being a good teacher. It's not right for you to let the elderly cover the retreat. Where is the respect for the elderly and love for the young? If it were us inland people, we would let the young and strong go and the old and weak retreat. This is the foundation of the human race's prosperity. You are too. Shi Bao shouted, survival of the fittest, natural selection. You are pretending to be benevolent in Gale Plain. After a battle, only the old and weak will be left. Your tribe will be wiped out. What future do you have to talk about? Sour scholar, I don't want to argue with you. Under the pursuit of the horse bandits, Miao Gaofeng's figure became clearer and clearer. However, the sound of death's hooves was getting closer and closer. Although Miao Feng Peak was called a peak, if it was compared to the mountains inland, it might just be a hill. This was a ring-shaped mountain. The east side was the highest, reaching a height of several hundred feet. It could barely be called a peak. The other directions did not even have a name. There was only a valley in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain. It could be considered a treasured place in the grassland. The water and grass were abundant, and the climate was pleasant. It was unknown why, after hundreds and thousands of years, there were no horse bandits entrenched here. Only the exiles from the interior cultivated the land here, but they didn't have much of a scale. Mu Nan suddenly realized something. Hey, if we lure the horse bandits in like this, if the mountain god doesn't show his power, won't we be causing trouble for the people inside and hurting the innocent? The prairie people have always considered themselves as heroes. You can't divert the trouble away like this, can you? This time, even the sharp-tongued Shi Bao couldn't say anything. They all vaguely realized that something was wrong, but they didn't know how to change it. Even if a few people changed their direction, they wouldn't be able to change the situation. There were only 100 or 200 people left in Xiaoguan village. The elderly and the young were almost all dead. It was also because of their sacrifice, the hope of the tribe, that the young men and women had the opportunity to break into Miaofeng Valley. The women carried their children in front, while the young men like Shi Bao blocked the entrance of the valley, including the women who could pick up weapons and arrows. They had no way out. The worst thing was that the mountain god didn't seem to have any reaction to this. Dozens of young men and women were facing the outside of the valley, blocking the entrance of the valley into a thin formation. They didn't learn any formations, nor did they know the tactics of the inland people. They didn't dismount from their horses, but sat straight on their horses with their scimitars in front of their saddles. They held their bows and waited for the horse bandits to attack. At least they should dismount. If they didn't have time to dig holes, they could use some branches to set fire. If they didn't learn how to use the environment, how could they fight a war? Mu Nan pouted. Although he also didn't have any experience in war, the things he learned from books told him that it was wrong to do so. Since they were so defensive, they might as well not enter the valley and fight for their lives outside. But he didn't say anything in the end because this was the nature of the grassland people. It was something that couldn't be changed. Even if they defended as he imagined, the difference in numbers and strength would only delay them for a moment. It was better than nothing, so it didn't seem to be meaningful. The grassland people would rather die on horseback. Shi Bao frowned as he looked at Mu Nan's exquisitely crafted long sword. He sighed. This thing was useless when used on a horse. It was too straight, too thin, and too brittle. But he didn't have any extra scimitars. If he didn't know how to use a scimitar, he would hurt himself. It was a weapon that could please the ladies of the noble families and show off their heroism. When we clash later, follow closely. Focus on the front and don't look around. If you're lucky enough to survive, just find a direction and run. Seeing that you are dressed like a scholar, they might not chase after you. Mu Nan said angrily, "There are so many women around, why do you have to pick on me? Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" At the last moment, Shabao said softly, "I don't want to talk to them about this because they are from the lower pass. This is our fate. You are different, you are a guest. We grassland people never ask our guests to fight for us." Mu Nan gathered his chi and said, "You treat me as a guest, but the horse bandits don't care about that. What's the difference?" I'm suddenly in the mood for poetry. Don't disturb me." Shabao shook his head. He had nothing to say. Although this bookworm was annoying, it wasn't that he had no redeeming qualities. It was just that he didn't know if he could come up with a poem before his brain was removed. The horse bandits on the opposite side slowed down. Their opponent was already at death's door and had nowhere to run, so there was no need to rush. But this Miao Feng peak was a little strange, so they had to be cautious. The legend was not only limited to scholars, but also among the people who fought in Jianghu. Gale Plain was extremely vast, but there weren't many places with good feng shui like Miao Feng Peak. As long as they were strong enough, they could make this place their stronghold and start a big business. But for thousands of years, not a single group of horse bandits dared to open a business here. Outsiders might not know, but they were well aware. It wasn't that there were no horse bandits who had never come here, but none of them could stay here. The strangeness of this place was incomprehensible. They could only talk about it in the direction of the supernatural. None of the horse bandit leaders who came here had a good ending. There were no exceptions. Chapter 1675. Seeing that everyone was hesitant, it was reasonable. The small bandits might not care, but the leaders would care. If they knew that they would die, who would be willing to covet this little bit of feng shui? The fifth boss was the most resourceful among them, so he made a suggestion. "We won't occupy Miao Feng Peak, and we won't kill Miao Jiren either. We'll just go in and clean up the place, and then we'll come out. I don't think those evil things will affect us. Tell our brothers to restrain themselves when we go in. Don't go too far and kill people or set fires." The other leaders agreed. They had chased them all the way here, so they couldn't just give up. If they didn't set an example, anyone on the grassland would be able to wrestle with them in the future. So everyone agreed. Several groups of people entered the valley one by one. The leader was the fifth boss who had made a suggestion. 500 horse bandits, all of whom were young masters, were not unexpected in such a battle. What the leaders were more worried about was how to rein in the troops after they went in. The fifth boss took the lead, which was a necessary quality in this line of work. Especially when he wanted to climb up further, of course, he had to fully show his bravery. The horse neighed, and the fifth boss used all of his skills. To be honest, his fighting strength was quite high among the bandits. Coupled with his intelligence, it was not difficult for him to deal with these young men who were still wet behind the ears. He would charge first, and then control his speed to let his brothers overtake him halfway through the journey. Even if he wanted to show his bravery, he couldn't really charge in front. It was all a routine. Knives and spears had no eyes. But there was a problem with his wisdom this time. Before he could fully show his bravery, when he was still in the state of charging in front, an unexpected disaster fell from the sky. The danger was not in front of him, nor was it in the side that he observed with a sidelong glance. It came from the sky. Amidst the exclamations of the people behind him, his vigilance could only be placed in front of him. However, he did not expect that a black shadow would fall from the sky and smash right on top of his head. The pitiful fifth elder's lofty ambitions had not been realized. He had not had the time to display his ambitions. His neck was broken by this collision, and his soul was sent to heaven. Heavy objects fell from the sky, and people were running at full speed. How could it be any good under such relative speed? Before the horse bandits could charge forward, They were shocked by this sudden change. They all stopped their horses and wanted to see what was falling from the sky. That thing bumped into the fifth master and rolled a few times on the ground. Unexpectedly, it stood up by itself. F***CKU. I almost fell to my death. It was really a human, a daoist with a dusty face. His entire body was in a sorry state because he had rolled on the ground. But looking at his arms and legs, it seemed that he did not suffer any serious injuries from the fall. Regardless of whether it was the horse bandits or the people who went down the mountain, they couldn't help but look up. They wanted to know where he came from. Although the mountain peak was not high, to be able to jump out and fall to the mouth of the valley, this jumping ability was simply heaven-defying. Mu Nan was very surprised. Is this the manifestation of the mountain god? Send a daoist to save us? Shabao was also dumbfounded. How did he fall down? Could it have been thrown out by a catapult? Both sides were shocked by this accident. Putting aside the battle, they wanted to figure out where this person had fallen from. And it seemed that his hair was not injured. Just because of the fifth master, this big meat cushion? Lu Xiaoyi stood up and patted his body to make sure that he wasn't missing any parts, or that he had broken any functions. To a primordial spirit like him, this was something that could be done in a flash. But now, he was no longer a cultivator. He did not know what method that immortal Jin Xiu had used to completely seal his abilities in the depths of his soul. He could feel it, but he could not break it or use it. This was different from the time on Rust Star in Juzian. That time, he only lost his memory and could not use his methods. But at least his body was still there. In the mortal world, he had the ability to pretend to be a male and female thief. But his current situation was that his memory, experience and vision were still there, but Sparrow Palace was sealed. His elemental energy was sealed. Even his body's abilities were sealed. He did not know if the sealed abilities in the depths of his soul would burst out if he was really faced with a life and death situation. It was very unreliable and he did not dare to try it. The only thing that was not sealed was Qi Yi. Luckily, he was smart. After hearing Immortal Jin Xiu's warning, he took out Qi Yi and carried it on his back, just to guard against this. Now, it seemed that he was too wise. He could not open the storage ring, so all his possessions were unattainable to him. But there was also good news. Although Qi Yi's sword spirit was sealed, its material was placed here. It was not doubtful to say that it was a divine weapon, right? The physical abilities of a cultivator were gone, but it belonged to an old monster who had trained for more than 1,500 years. His muscles were still rare in the mortal world. It seemed that he could still survive. The magical abilities of a true immortal were simply amazing. He was 5 or 6 levels below them, especially when there was a huge gap between half immortal and immortal, so it was not strange for him to be restricted like this. He fell very quickly and lost his divine sense, so he did not know what was going on below. But as long as he saw the difference between the two parties, the number of people, the way they dressed, and the aura, he naturally understood something. He still had the same philosophy. There was no absolute right or wrong, everyone was just trying to make a living. Therefore, he patted the dust off his body and bowed to both parties. It is not easy to be reincarnated. The most important thing is to live and enjoy life. Why do we have to fight to the death? I came from afar and have long admired the wonders of Miaofeng Mountain. I have always wanted to go there, so I wandered here. I did not expect to be swept by a strange wind. Yes, it is a pity for this hero. Let me make a compromise for both of you. Let's sit down and drink wine and dance together. By the way, which mountain is Miaofeng Mountain? I still have to rush over to meet you. There were often strange winds in the grassland, and one of them was a waterspout. It was so powerful that it could sweep a huge cow that was close to 500 kilograms into the air and throw it far away. Although this explanation was a little far-fetched, it was still somewhat reasonable. As for why he was fine even though the fifth head was dead, there were many strange things in this world, and he could not explain them one by one. After his explanation, both sides understood. After the initial surprise, things began to return to their original rhythm. 2 horses galloped out. They should be the trusted subordinates of the 5th head. One of them shouted, "If you kill someone, you have to pay with your life. This is the rule of the grassland. You, a crazy daoist, are spouting nonsense here. Do you think you are very impressive?" The 2 horses leaped from both sides of the daoist. With a flash of their scimitars, the 2 flying horses ran away in shock. Chapter 1676. Mu Nan was the most excited. He whispered proudly in the tribal group. "Look. This is the swordsmanship of the Central Plains. How is it compared to your grassland swordsmanship? What do you mean by a long sword can't cut and can't fight? That's because you haven't seen a real master. How dare a frog at the bottom of a well spout nonsense?" This was the first time Shabao was rendered speechless by such a pauper, but he could not refute anything. The sword was so fast that he could not see the person's movements or the movement of the arm. It was like 2 flashes of lightning and everything was fine. Wu Yue could not bear to see her brother embarrassed and said, "His sword and yours are not the same thing, right?" Mu Nan boasted shamelessly, "Of course they are the same thing, it's just that his faster and I've only just started. One day, I'll reach his level. It's just a matter of time. The bandits won't wait for you." Wu Yue curled her lips. Lu Xiaoyi was not angry. He had experienced this kind of thing many times and could understand how the bandits felt now, but understanding was understanding, and taking action was taking action. These were 2 different things. His character and habit was to understand you until all 500 of you were dead. After 1,500 years of killing, what else could make him soft-hearted? He looked at the bandits and said, "I still suggest that you don't act rashly. Of course, you have the right to express your wishes and I respect that. I'm the most reasonable person." This time, there were more than 10 riders charging at them. 7 or 8 of them charged forward to kill while 5 or 6 of them shot arrows from the back. This was a test of Lu Xiaoyi's ability to adapt. He was not afraid of this kind of close combat, but he was not sure about the arrows because he was no longer a primordial spirit. Even if he could still judge, his body could not make the most sensitive reactions. Most of the time, he had no choice but to brandish his sword around himself to protect himself from the attacks of the arrows. This was not in line with his usual fighting habits. It was very low level, but in Mu Nan's eyes, it was like he had found a treasure. Look, didn't you say that sword flowers are useless? They're just for show. When the scimitar strikes, everything will be over. Now you know the use of sword flowers. The swordsmanship of the Central Plains is extensive and profound. Every move and style has its own profound meaning. How can it be something that you can truly understand? Wu Yue's reaction was the fastest. She began to act coquettishly. "Brother Mu Nan, you promised me that you would teach me how to wield a sword." Mu Nan fell for this trick. Teach? Of course he would. I, Mu Nan, have never been a selfish person. Swordsmanship can only flourish if it is carried forward. But he didn't even mention that his swordsmanship might not be the same as this daoist's. Of course, even he himself couldn't tell. Rather than calling what he had learned a sword technique, it was better to call it a sword dance. How could there be any real ability in it? On the open ground, Lu Xiaoyi was having a hard time killing. It wasn't that he couldn't do this now that he had lost his ability as a cultivator. Instead, he needed to thoroughly understand the limits of his current body so that he could allocate his abilities appropriately. Therefore, others might think that it was getting harder and harder for him to kill, but only he knew that it would only get easier and easier for him in the future. Killing a few mortals was nothing to be proud of, but he was also a mortal now, so there was no need to worry about karma. The heads of the families were in a bit of a dilemma. They were faced with a choice. Should they retreat under the guise of Miao Feng's evil power? Or should they rush forward and fight for the last time with the reputation of being a horse bandit? In this world without gods or monsters, martial strength was supreme. The so-called legends were somewhat illusory in people's eyes. They were far from the respect that was deeply rooted in people's hearts in the cultivation world. They didn't know that a person could kill an entire planet and wipe out an entire race. This was completely beyond their understanding. To them, they had seen too many brave people. In the end, they could all be solved by rushing forward. The only difference was how many people came. The horse bandits were shocked by this daoist swordsmanship. However, no matter how shocked they were, it couldn't change their deep-rooted killing concept that had been ingrained in them for decades. Hundreds of horses charging forward, not to mention slashing, they would ram him to death. Lu Xiaoyi had already roughly grasped the limits of his body. For an experienced person like him, he only needed to kill a few people to know how far he could go. He was a little confused. There was no point in being a live target here. It couldn't prove anything. Fortunately, someone helped him to solve this problem. Before the horse bandits could organize to charge again, a few arrows flew out of nowhere. From the first leader to the fourth leader, none of them could escape. They all fell off their horses. This unforeseen event was much more serious than Lu Xiaoyi smashing the fifth young master to death, because it meant that there were 5 vacancies. Miaofeng Mountain was a mysterious legend. Countless leaders of the past generations had died here. Without a leader who could keep his word, the horse bandits immediately fell into chaos. Each group had their own ambitions, and no one was willing to submit to another. Even a real army could collapse after losing its commander. In this era of cold weapons, the dependence on the commander was more than anything else. Not to mention the horse bandits. The horse bandits hurriedly retreated. No one knew if they would come again. Lu Xiaoyi put away his sword and placed his hands behind his back. He began to size up Miaofeng Mountain, thinking about where to climb up. He was a little unaccustomed to not being able to fly. Others couldn't see where the arrows came from, but that didn't include him. With a direction in mind, he began to walk towards the entrance of the valley. There were still the knights of the Xiaoguan tribe waiting for him there. Excuse me. It's not good to block the main road like this. Are you going to collect tolls? The people of the Xiaoguan tribe recovered from their shock and finally understood a fact: they were safe. Although they didn't know the specific reason, was it because of this Taoist's unpredictable swordsmanship? Or was it because of those mysterious arrows? Or was it simply a manifestation of the magic of Miaofeng Mountain? None of these could change the fact that they were saved. Mu Nan was the first to welcome him because he felt that he had the right to do so. As someone from the Central Plains, of course he had the obligation to be half a host. Taoist priest, you have great swordsmanship. Glory to the swordsman. I'm Mu Nan from Yangzhou Mount Wei Prefecture. Greetings, Taoist priest. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to get through this. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. He didn't know anything. He didn't care about Yangzhou or Mount Wei Prefecture. Now he only needed to find the person he was looking for and the temple he was looking for. No need to thank me. I'm also baffled. The last few arrows weren't my work. They were from someone else. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Mu Nan had the temperament of someone who was very familiar with him. He followed behind relentlessly. Taoist priest, may I know your name? I'm also a swordsman. I wonder if you can teach me a thing or two later, and express my gratitude. Lu Xiaoyi had already gone far away, and his voice gradually faded away. Taoist Lu from Fang Wei. The sword on his back is Chuanzhen. With fate as the foundation, the real body is outside the real body. Chapter 1677. He climbed all the way up the mountain. How many years had it been since he climbed a mountain? The feeling of leaning forward and paying attention at all times. The mountain was not high, only a few hundred feet. He climbed very slowly because he was about to meet a group of swordsmen who did not seem to live in the same cultivation world as him. It was a very strange orthodoxy, but he had to admit that it was also a pure sword Dao. One could not treat other sword vein orthodoxies as heresy just because one was born in Shenyuan. At the top of the mountain, 4 Taoists were either sitting or standing. One was nibbling on a sweet potato, one was trimming his nails, one was reading a book, and one was in a daze. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi come up, the one who was nibbling on a sweet potato broke off a piece and handed it to him. Hungry? Lu Xiaoyi took it and nodded. Yes, how could I be restricted to being a mortal? I get hungry very quickly. I've thought of countless ways to prepare, but I didn't expect that I would actually carry a bag of soy sauce meat and jump down. The Daoist laughed. You knew. If you knew, you would have carried too many things. So many that you would have fallen to your death. This poor Daoist is called Fu Gui. How should I address you? Lu Xiaoyi. The other three also introduced themselves. Fu Gui. Fu Gui. Ju Chou. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I'm still lacking a Fu Gui. The four of them looked over. Fu Gui said lightly, Daoist Lu, have you met my good-for-nothing junior brother? Lu Xiaoyi did not avoid it. It was a matter of time. Swordsmen's interactions were not so secretive. In the future battles, they would need a certain level of trust between them. I've met him. He's not very obedient outside. I gave him a beating. Fu Gui raised his eyebrows. You should have brought him back. Lu Xiaoyi refused. I don't have that obligation. His legs are on his body. The four of them were silent. After a long time, Fu Gui looked at him. Shen Yuan? Lu Xiaoyi looked straight at him. Western Bright Sword Mansion? Both sides fell into silence. The Crow ancestor had introduced the Western Jiao Sword Mansion in his travel notes. Many of the so-called Taoist sword system came from the Western Jiao Sword Mansion. He held the sword vein in high esteem. As Lu Xiaoyi's cultivation level increased, his knowledge and experience also broadened. He had also studied the sword Dao Stele for 100 years. Therefore, he knew that the sword vein was very impressive. Excluding the Crow ancestor, the general of Shijiao was actually a character on par with Emperor Shen Yuan. They were all top-notch sword immortals who could ascend to immortality with their swords. It was obvious that their legacies were not inferior to Xuanyuan's. Crow ancestor had once entered the ruins of Shijiao and gained a lot. However, he lacked the most fundamental difference between Shijiao's inheritance and Xuanyuan's inheritance. This was the core of the Western Bright Sword Mansion. If this was the case, the glorious Light Emperor's defeat was understandable. They were both the most ferocious sword vein legacies in the universe. It was possible for one to win and the other to lose. In fact, the glorious Light Emperor had an advantage in mid-range and long-range combat. If he could expand this advantage in the future, it would not be much different from Fu Gui. The duel between swordsman and Dharma veins was different. There would not be a situation where two people were evenly matched and then shook hands to make peace. Even if the gap between swordsmen was very small, life and death could be decided in an instant. This was the specialty of Sword Dao. It was full of uncertainty, but there was a difference. Shen Yuan had more than 10,000 disciples. However, the Western Bright Sword Mansion only had 5 people. One of them had even run away. Why did they stay here? Were they burdened with something? Were they trying to atone for their sins? Or were they suppressed by some existence? The sword vein orthodoxy that was once so powerful and was on par with Shen Yuan. What a pity. Only 5. Fu Gui was cold. Now it's 4. That's enough. Lu Xiaoyi was a little sad. The Crow ancestor did not mention much about this in his travels, but the general idea was there. In the face of pressure from the immortal court, the great Emperor Shen Yuan chose to take a roundabout way, while the general chose to fight head-on. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Who was more pure? But from the results, the Shijiao legacy was struggling. Not to mention influencing the immortal court and the general trend of the universe, he did not even know when it would end. Not only was Shen Yuan still alive, but he was also becoming more and more prosperous. When the Crow ancestor appeared, not only did he want to destroy the universe, but he also wanted to smash the pot of the immortal court and flip the table of the 4 great emperor. In the end, everyone had to start all over again. Only then would the world be turned upside down. In this sense, Shen Yuan was far better than Shijiao. Rejecting the tragic hero complex was Xuanyuan's hidden attribute. To be honest, Lu Xiaoyi approved of it. Of course, Shi Jiao was also worthy of respect. I am under the order of the Heavenly Eyes to replace Shi Jiao and work together with everyone. I look forward to your advice. After the initial discomfort, Shi Jiao finally calmed down. Shenyuan, you are a good man. Your crow ancestor is the role model of our generation of swordsmen. I heard that Shenyuan added a new Dao sword vein in the sword vein. If that's the case, we are actually one family. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. The sword vein of the universe should be one family. This was a very strange feeling, but Lu Xiaoyi could understand. What he was best at was understanding others, and then continuing to do things his own way after understanding them. As the sword vein that was as famous as Shenyuan in the past, one was in the sky and the other was on the ground now. The feeling of disparity between them was unavoidable. If there were some narrow-minded people, they would even speculate that Shi Jiao's current decline was due to Xuanyuan's betrayal in the past. These were all understandable, but they could not be taken seriously. Because the facts proved that Shenyuan could stand proudly in the world for so long, and Shi Jiao could not be compared to him in terms of behavior and means. Why did Shi Jiao have such an attitude towards Shenyuan after coming out? Why did the four Taoists here have such complicated feelings? In fact, it was all because of this. But Shi Jiao still came out in the end and decided to go to Shenyuan to have a look. The discomfort of the four Taoists here was only for a very short period of time. Everyone was selfish, but to be able to cultivate to such a level, one needed to be more broad-minded. Timu asked, "What a coincidence, did Shi Jiao attack you?" Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. If he had attacked me directly, it would have been better. At least he could have controlled it. He attacked my senior brother, and it was very dangerous. It was almost unsalvageable. But fortunately, the end result was not bad. I think he wanted to go to Shenyuan to play. Timu said angrily, "You should have killed him, or brought him to see me." Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. There are only a few hairy people like Shi Jiao, and Xuanyuan's strength is limited. It's better to use them sparingly. Although Lu Xiaoyi's words were very vague, the four of them were not. They knew what the so-called danger and unsalvageable were at their level. Shi Jiao was the most impulsive among the five of them. Otherwise, he would not have run out on his own. Fu Zhu took out a wrinkled piece of dried sweet potato. It was the last piece. He was a little reluctant, but he still handed it over. With our current state, the biggest pain is hunger. There are countless rules and regulations, and you will know them later. In tens of thousands of years, you are the first swordsman to be sent here. No matter what happened in the past, we should be brothers. Brother, welcome to Miaofeng Peak. Chapter 1678. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. The Heavenly Eye's description of the mission is unclear, so I don't really understand. What kind of danger, or rather, what kind of thing in this mortal world needs the protection of a few swordsmen? Speaking of which, how many years have you guys been guarding it? The five of them sat on top of Miaofeng and chatted. This was supposed to be a normal relationship between the two families. Starting from the Great Emperor and the General, the fates of the two families seemed to be separated, but in fact, they were closely linked. If the universe sword vein was seen as a whole, their result was very much in line with the long-term strategic arrangement. Give up one family, and strengthen the other, just for the sake of causing trouble. You can't be unscathed under the watchful eyes of the immortal court, so you must pay the price. It's either Shi Jiao or Shenyuan. Retreat in order to advance, and counterattack. Now that the general trend had reached this point, they could already see something. Although the crow ancestor didn't say anything, and although everyone was confused, Lu Xiaoyi could see something, because of his extremely restless personality. When a rice worm completely tore off his mask, a certain desire in his heart began to stir. The general trend of the universe was just an appetizer, and the change of the era was just a side result. The real goal was, he couldn't tell others, because this was a tacit understanding between him and the crow ancestor. Only when a swordsman reached a certain height, could he secretly realize something in the process of cultivation and the changes of the universe. He didn't know if there were other swordsmen who had this feeling, but he couldn't verify it, and could only follow his heart, just like what he was doing now. Tens of thousands of years. I can't remember clearly. You only need to know that we were once the general's disciples. Because the general angered the immortal court, in order to leave a bloodline for us, he took the initiative to guard this place forever, using this strange method to achieve another kind of eternity. Maybe you can see that we can't be considered as real humans. Are we sword spirits or humans? We're not too sure ourselves. We gave up our freedom, gave up the upper realm, and guarded here alone, just to wait. Fu Zhu let out a long breath. Our lineage is the essence of the general's sword lineage, and because of this, we can deeply integrate ourselves with the sword spirit. Otherwise, if he couldn't accept a disciple or pass down his legacy, what was the point of persevering? In the beginning, there were still some brothers and sisters who came here. But after tens of thousands of years and countless transformations, there were bound to be some brothers and sisters who couldn't make it through. Slowly, only the 5 of us were left. The reason why we ran out was because of the transformations in the new era. But don't worry, when his state of mind matures, no one will need to lock him up. He will come back to fulfill his responsibilities. Metamorphosis? Lu Xiaoyi didn't quite understand. Fu Qiu explained, our longevity comes from the deep fusion with the sword spirit. Although we can't reach the upper realm every few thousand years, when there is a difference between the essence of us humans and the existence of the sword spirit, we need to merge once again. We call it metamorphosis. Through metamorphosis, we can summon new life, and another few thousand years will pass. This was a dangerous process and no one could guarantee that they would succeed every time. Therefore, since tens of thousands of years ago, most of the Shi Jiao brothers had completely lost themselves in the process of metamorphosis. And for those who succeeded in metamorphosis, there will be a cognitive blind spot, which is Fu Qiu's state. He wasn't the first to run out, but he was the first to run into Yu Shenyuan swordsman. Splendid World is too far away from the 5th ring, so far that before they reached their destination, they understood their responsibilities and had no choice but to come back. Lu Xiaoyi finally understood why Fu Qiu's swordsmanship was so fierce. Luminous Light's loss wasn't unjust. What kind of mission is this? Is it worth guarding here for tens of thousands of years? Fu Qiu's gaze became deep and serene. Everything in the world is about balance. Therefore, there are positive and negative, inside and outside, immortal and mortal. Among the wonders of the universe, there is the saying of the inner and outer scenic heavens. Have you heard of it? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I've heard of it. The outer scenic heavens is the cage of the half-immortals in the weakened realm. The inner scenic heavens is the gathering place of the ancient corpse slayer Almighty. Originally, these things were the big secrets of cultivation in the human world. However, the collapse of the heavenly axiom is imminent. Now that news is everywhere, there's nothing to hide. Fu Qiu explained, what I want to say is, if there are immortals, then there are mortals. Immortals are superstructures built on the foundation of mortals. No high-level existence can break away from the support of mortals. This is not just talk. It's also not a big but empty ideology, but a real foundation of cultivation. For example, the inner scenic heavens and the outer scenic heavens both have half-immortal existences. Then, the existence of the inner and outer scenic heavens must also be balanced. How can it be balanced? It's not that the inner and outer scenic heavens are balanced. This is the view of the ignorant. They are all half-immortal realms, but the difference is caused by the different upper realm methods. They can't be balanced. If they want to be balanced, they can only be balanced through the mortal realm. Between the inner and outer scenic heavens, there exists such a mortal realm. It's huge and has deep fate. It can support the existence of the inner and outer scenic heavens. This place is the splendid world. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi heard of this secret, but he couldn't be blamed. After all, these things were too far away from him. Fu Qiu continued, since it's a support, there must be some form of connection. With this kind of connection, half-immortals can't pass through, and of course, mortals can't pass through. But in the connection, under the accumulation of a long time, there will always be some bad things produce. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Is it the poison left behind by those half-immortals? Spiritual bodies? Resentment? Persistence? Fu Qiu shook his head. No. If it's really these things, how can we, who haven't become half-immortals, resist them? The spiritual bodies of those half-immortal cultivators have other places to go, but the place where they are connected is the poison left behind by the cultivation creatures that they created. Cultivation creatures? Fu Qiu smiled bitterly. Yes. For the vast majority of half-immortals, once they died, their magical items, daoist items, and living beings would have nowhere to go. Of course, most of them will disappear with the death of their master, but there will always be a small number of special existences that won't disappear because of the death of their master. Their realms are not recognized by the inner and outer scenic heavens after they lose their master, so they can't continue to exist in the inner and outer scenic heavens. As a cultivation creature, the one who created the inner and outer scenic heavens didn't give the inner and outer scenic heavens the ability to destroy them, and this is also inconsistent with the Great Tao. Releasing them outside the heavens, he was afraid that they would bring disaster to the human world, so he had no choice but to find a remote place to settle them down. It's at the place where it is connected to the splendid world. Originally, under the erosion of time, these existences could barely reach a balance with the number of newly deceased half-immortals. They could just live and die on their own at the junction. However, tens of thousands of years ago, because of the ancestor, yes, the general of the Western Zhao, who was capricious after drinking, the balance at the junction was broken. There was a possibility for these monsters to sneak into the splendid world. This is the real reason why we stayed here for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1679. A drunken mistake? Are you kidding me? How could someone like the general get drunk? However, Lu Xiaoyi did not want to expose him. If he did, it would be awkward for everyone. Maybe it was because of some unknown motive. Or maybe it was a backup plan, to clean up the mess he caused. This seemingly normal act of atonement was actually to protect the inheritance of the Shi Jiao sword vein. Those who could become immortals were no fools, including the Shi Jiao general. Once things were clear, the general caused a disaster, and then he arranged for his Shi Jiao swordsman to fill the hole. The other orthodoxes were not willing to come because there was no hope. In the end, the general used a small incident to atone for his sins, and left behind the inheritance after he caused a real disaster. How ingenious! What are these things? Lu Xiaoyi had a hunch, but he was not sure. Everything. There are insects, monsters, zombies, ghosts, and even mutated sword spirit. There are countless orthodoxes in the universe, and countless magical items and living creatures. There are only things you can't think of, but there is nothing you can't see. Fu Shi shook his head. But there's no need to worry. Since they've stepped onto the path of mortals that leads to the world of silk, they've naturally become mortals. Just like us, they don't have any of those bizarre abilities, and they only have some of the most basic instincts left. If we want to stop them and prevent them from entering the mortal world, we can only kill them at the connecting point. We can't let them in to kill us. This is the principle. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He finally understood that there was no cultivation power at the connecting point between the immortal world and the mortal world. Everyone could only compete with ordinary strength. In all the orthodoxes, the only ones who could compete with these monsters with ordinary strength were the swordsman and the body cultivator. If a few Dharma cultivators were here, what could they do? If they could not cast spells, they were nothing. The general's backup plan was very clever. It was so clever that even if the immortal court knew that it was inappropriate to leave these Shi Jiao remnants alive, they could only grit their teeth and accept it. Otherwise, where would they find orthodoxes who were willing to use ordinary strength to guard the connecting point between the immortal world and the mortal world? There were also body cultivators who came to help guard this place. Lu Xiaoyi was curious. Fu Zhu nodded. That's right. This was because the foreign object at the point of connection was always changing, and its strength was uncertain. The choice was entirely dependent on the heavenly eyes. We can only say that we've tried our best, but there are times when we run out of strength. After all, Without the power of a cultivator, there are times when we feel powerless. Am I the first and only swordsman to come here? Lu Xiaoyi asked. I can understand why the immortal court would rather send a body cultivator than a swordsman. They are afraid that we will collude with each other, especially your Shenyuan sword school. That's why I don't understand why you're here this time. Lu Xiaoyi could not say that this was most likely a punishment, but he still had not figured out where the punishment came from. Was it an open pit? Or was it a trap? Maybe it was just an accident. Who would be able to figure out the scheming of the higher-ups? So, the sword tomb mentioned by the back puppet is referring to Miaofeng Mountain? Fu Qiu nodded bitterly. That's right. Sword Mound is what we call it. We can't call it Western Brightsword Mansion, right? That will hurt some people's nerves. Actually, it has nothing to do with your Xuanyuan's Sword Mound small world. To us, there is no freedom, no hope, no future. There is only a dispensable immortality. Isn't that Sword Mound? I see that you guys are quite free. Don't you need people at the connecting point to the immortal and mortal worlds? Fu Qiu shook his head. No need. The ceiling of the connecting passage has its own rules. When there are obstructions, they won't be able to pass through. We also don't need to guard inside. Only when the seal weakens during a certain period, like the beast tide, will we be busy. Usually, when we have more free time, we will come out to find some food. You don't know, even if our abilities are sealed, our appetite is far greater than ordinary people. Although we won't die if we don't eat, that damned feeling of hunger will always torture us. In this kind of mortal world, in this kind of remote place, where can we find enough food? Western Brightsword Mansion's tradition is not to be afraid of violence, but we never bully the weak. So after so many years, even dried sweet potatoes have become good stuff. Can you imagine a few high-level true monarchs, a swordsman who can dominate a region in the origin world, being reduced to such a state? Lu Xiaoyi felt a little sad. He could understand the distress of these brothers. They couldn't open their storage rings. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years, their storage rings probably didn't exist anymore, right? This kind of distress actually included him. Are there any taboos when interacting with these mortals? Fu Qiu laughed. What taboos? We are mortals now. We are no different from them. It's just that our martial strength is higher. This is a cultivation desert. If you can't fly, in the eyes of mortals, you will forever be made of flesh and blood. You can be unrestrained, but if you really attract the revenge of the army, it's actually a very troublesome matter for us. After so many years, everyone has long lost the thought of the mortal world. If you stay in a place for tens of thousands of years, so when we deal with trouble, we won't be as forceful as you. In order to minimize the disturbance, we can only spread some rumors in the surroundings. Then, when we meet the scene, we can verify it. For example, a few unlucky horse bandits. You can't accept disciples here. Even if you can't inherit the things of Western Brightsword Mansion, at least you can change the environment you live in. You can't go as far as to eat dried sweet potatoes, right? Fu Qiu sneered. If we accept disciples, we will be harming them. Even if there is no spiritual opportunity here, it's impossible to cultivate. We have long lost such thoughts. Harming others is not beneficial to ourselves. There's no reason to add to the already unstable lives of these mortals. But you can, because you are a Shenyuan orthodoxy, as long as you can endure this thought. Lu Xiaoyi and the others had a long talk and finally had a rough understanding of the background of this mission. However, he still couldn't see where the trap was. Was it the danger of the connecting passageway? According to Fu Qiu and the others, the main reason why most of them didn't persist for tens of thousands of years was because of the fusion with the sword spirit once every few thousand years. There were very few who died in the connecting passageway and the battle with the strange creatures. This at least proved that the level of danger wasn't very high. Even someone with Fu Qiu's strength could persist for tens of thousands of years without dying. What kind of danger could he face? He still needed to further confirm it. I want to know, how did Fu Qiu escape? Is there such a loophole? You persevere here because of your beliefs. If one day you don't want to persevere, can you still leave here? Lu Xiaoyi actually wanted to know, if he needed, how could he leave here alone without the command of Heaven's Eye or the help of immortal Jin Xiu? Chapter 1680. In order to climb up the mountain, Mu Nan was exhausted. His companions who were descending the mountain were still somewhat reserved, or rather, a little embarrassed. Strangers had saved you, yet they were obligated to teach you skills. The people of the grassland were more straightforward. According to their habits, they could not express their gratitude empty-handed. However, they had nothing now. They had thrown all their belongings down the mountain, or else they would not have lasted for so long. As for cows and sheep, there was not a single one. Who would lead a sheep when fleeing? Hence, they were a little embarrassed to go up, and were thinking of how to get some gifts. The horse bandits were still wreaking havoc in the grassland. To them, who came and went like the wind and licked blood from their blades, it was normal to change a few leaders. They could not retreat just because of these setbacks. No matter who was gone, the winter of the grassland still had to pass. Hence, they could not leave Miaofeng Mountain for the time being. They could only set up simple tents outside the mountain and wait for the report from the sentries. After much difficulty, they finally reached the peak. No one saw it except for the Taoist who had fallen from the sky, who was munching on dried sweet potatoes. His way of thinking was different from normal martial arts practitioners. He did not have so many rules and restrictions because he did not want to make a living out of it. He only wanted to learn 1 or 2 moves in the sword dance category for show. This was a common problem for scholars. They did not need to rely on martial arts to earn a living, hence, they did not think that this was a presumptuous thing to do. Instead, they treated it as an elegant exchange between scholars and Taoists. Learn swordsmanship from me? Why do I have to teach you? You have to give a convincing reason, right? Lu Xiaoyi looked at the scholar in amusement. It was as if he was looking at his younger self. He did not care and only felt that with a book in hand, he had the drive to conquer the world. It was very childish, but it was also full of vitality. We can be friends. My surname is Mu, double Mu Chenglin. In Mount Wei Prefecture, and even in the Yangzhou Kingdom, I am still considered a little famous. In the future, Taoist Lu will travel to various countries and cities. It will be useful to say that I am a distinguished guest of the Mu family. He understood that the Mu family should be a local noble family with a long history. It had produced famous people and might have a certain influence on the court. It belonged to the noble family of the upper class, which was also a huge wealth. Only the children of such a powerful family would not care about coming here to find a sense of existence. Unfortunately, the horse gang did not know him. Lu Xiaoyi knew these young people very well. They had no bad intentions and were in the best period of their lives. What they saw and learned during this period would have a huge impact on their lives. However, he would not tolerate this fellow's temper as a disciple of a prestigious family. You want to learn something? There should at least be some presentable gift for becoming his disciple, right? You've come empty-handed. Haven't you heard the saying that the Tao should not be imparted lightly, and the Dharma should not be passed on carelessly? Mu Nan felt that this Daoist was a little vulgar and not elegant enough. He would vulgarize things that should not be brought to the surface. How could the Mu clan treat him unfairly when they befriended him? Not to mention the wealth, just the title of being a distinguished guest of the Mu family was enough for him to enjoy endless benefit. With his temper, he did not want to befriend such a vulgar person. However, he wanted to show off in front of the people of the Xiaoguan tribe. It was not for the so-called grassland beauties. He was a child of a prominent family. What kind of beauties had he not seen in his life? He just wanted to vent his anger on Shebao. A grassland barbarian dared to look down on scholars? He had to teach him a lesson about this bad habit of his. Therefore, he could only endure. You are right. Unfortunately, I am a fugitive and my hands are shy. Can you send it to me first and we can talk about it later? With the reputation of the Mu family, I don't think we will really owe you anything. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. You can take credit. How about this? I won't ask you to give me a gift now. Well, there are some things that you can help me with. Just take it as a test for you. Lu Xiaoyi's exhortation made Mu Nan very unhappy. However, he had to accept it since he had a request. When he climbed down again, 4 Shijiao Taoists appeared from the shadows and shook their heads. Junior brother, is this okay? Lu Xiaoyi widened his eyes. What's wrong with it? The emperor doesn't lack starving soldiers. You've made me look like a ghost. You've sealed everything except this sense of hunger. I can't be careless about my body's needs. You don't have to worry about it. It has nothing to do with you, Shijiao. It was my Shenyuan people who did it. I'm not afraid of offending those people. In this world, I can endure anything except hunger. This is my principle. This was not making a fuss over a minor issue. It was the after-effect of having one's cultivation ability sealed. The cultivators who entered the splendid heaven and earth had all their abilities sealed, leaving behind a body that still had certain characteristics of a cultivator. This was something that could not be changed. Even if the body was not as tough as steel and was not impervious to fire and water, the vitality of the body's cells was far beyond that of an ordinary person. In the world of cultivation, these consumptions were all replenished through spiritual opportunity. Whether it was the purple purity, jade purity, or even the lowest level of spiritual opportunity in the realm, they could always provide the cultivator with all the elements that the body needed. In fact, to a cultivator, this was a negligible expenditure and did not affect anything. However, in this pure mortal world, one's abilities were completely sealed. They could not use the power of cultivation to replenish themselves. These consumptions that once seemed negligible now showed themselves. There was no other way to replenish themselves except for the most basic food. He was very hungry because his body needed it. Fu Yu explained, actually, junior brother, you don't have to be too worried. When your body's needs reach a certain level, your sealed cultivation will always transfer a trace of energy to help you. You won't starve to death. So, if you're used to hunger, all of this actually doesn't matter. Why do I have to be used to hunger? Lu Xiaoyi frowned. They sent me to do things and didn't even give me enough to eat. Can't I think of my own way? I won't be afraid of this lawsuit no matter where it goes. What difference between immortals and mortals? I can't preach. If they have the ability, let them do it themselves. I'll also starve for a few days. Let's see who still won't talk about this nonsense. The position of one's buttocks was different. The way of dealing with the problem was naturally different. The Western Brightsword residents was suppressed too ruthlessly. They did not dare to cross the line. However, in Lu Xiaoyi's view, these were a few fellows who were ruthless to themselves and had enough forbearance. He did not know what the general had said to them, but all they were doing now was to make up for it and wait. They were not willing to destroy their tens of thousands of years of persistence because of some insignificant reasons. They were not willing to expose themselves before the opportunity arrived. This was their way. Lu Xiaoyi's way was different. He wanted to use this method to express his dissatisfaction, to seek conflict and change. Only by causing trouble could he see the truth behind it. It could not always be like this. Chapter 1681. To Lu Xiaoyi, now that he could not cultivate, he did not seem to have anything important to do. It was really difficult for him to spend his days in a barren place like Miaofeng Mountain. Fu Zhu led him, giving him a rough idea of where they would be fighting in the future. The entire Miaofeng Mountain was actually a ring-shaped mountain, standing tall on the grassland. There was no such thing as a mountain range, it was as if it was pulled out of thin air. Within the ring-shaped mountain, there was a small valley where there were people farming. The passageway was not within the valley, but outside the valley, on top of a cliff. The terrain here was steep, it was impossible to climb, the stone walls were smooth, and there were no vines growing here. Very few people had the intention to come here. The two of them came to the top of the cliff, a height of 1,000 feet. To them, it was just as dangerous. Fu Zhu pointed at the bottom of the cliff and smiled. Do you feel anything? Of course, he felt it. After cultivating for 1 to 2,000 years, even if one's cultivation base was sealed, one's senses and sensitivity towards Tao could not be sealed. This was also the reason why everyone here was a monarch. Only they could still hide this consciousness in the depths of their bodies and have enough mortal strength to deal with the invasion of the foreign species. Without replying, he leaped forward. If Mu Nan and the others saw this, they would definitely think that this Taoist was trying to commit suicide. However, Fu Ji did not think so. He followed closely behind and leaped forward. Then, the two of them mysteriously disappeared under the stone cliff. It was as if there had never been such two reckless Taoists. Lu Xiaoyi stepped on the solid ground and said in surprise, "There's really a path." Fu Zhu sighed, "We can't even fly, and there's no ground to support us. What can we do? This path is a few feet narrow, and 100 feet wide. With our manpower, we can only guard the narrowest part. We still need to go forward." The two of them walked forward. Lu Xiaoyi scooped up a handful of soil, sniffed it carefully, and tasted it with his tongue. There's no spiritual energy at all. It's absolutely transparent. Fu Zhu shook his head helplessly. This passageway, there are actually some problems with its construction. I don't know what Mao Hong was thinking, to leave such a loophole here. He explained to Lu Xiaoyi, the passageway is very long, about several thousand li long. This is not a problem for cultivators, but for us, it is a problem. In the long tunnel, there are a few wide areas where the abominations reside. They also kill each other, following their instincts. When the tunnel is no longer obstructed, they will rush over here. Have you explored the entire passageway? Has it been completely wiped out? Fu Qiu sighed. Tens of thousands of years ago, when there were still many senior and junior brothers, we did a few cleansing of the entire passageway. There's a problem here. It's not easy to clear the wide area because we don't have a flying sword. We still have to arrange people to intercept them, so we can't encircle and annihilate them here. They took advantage of the chaos and ran to Jinxiu. Later on, as the number of senior and junior brothers decreased, they no longer had the strength to do so. The time window is also a problem. There have been cases where the people in charge of clearing out the enemies were trapped in a certain area and couldn't return for a period of time. The two of them hurried forward. There was no scenery along the way, and there were no signs of life. Blocking the other end? Is that even possible? Fu Qiu shook his head. The burden is too great. Moreover, you know very well that these things are pervasive. No matter how tightly you block them, they will always find a way to infiltrate. In the end, it still depends on us to clean them up. Lu Xiaoyi was just saying. In this cultivation world, you can't use engineering methods to solve problems. The block he was talking about was not to build a fence, but to use a more cultivation method. However, on this ordinary road, it was destined to not work. The two of them ran for 100 li and used 2 hours. Fu Qiu was somewhat impressed. In fact, without the nourishment of magic power, the physical strength of most cultivators was very weak. When everything was sealed and only the physical strength was left, it was clear who was training and who was slacking off. Even for body cultivators, after tens of thousands of years, there was no one who could keep up with him in running 100 li. This was because the direction of body cultivators was somewhat different. This swordsman ran with him for 100 li and didn't fall behind. He also didn't have a red face and was out of breath. It seemed simple, but it was actually not easy. This meant that this person had never stopped the most basic physical training for more than 1,000 years. This kind of training was a common occurrence for people of the Western Zhao, but it was especially precious for true monarchs with cultivation in the outside world. The Shenyuan sword faction was now able to lead the sleeve sword vein in the origin world. Just by looking at this self-discipline, one could see a little bit of it. It was not unjust for Fu Qiu to be defeated by such a person. There was no way to continue forward, because the road ahead was blocked. Our current method is that when there are signs of the passage loosening, it will be very clear on the cliff. Then we will enter here and push forward until the nearest narrow path is blocked again, even if we complete a task of blocking once. This is a beautiful world, a pure land of mortals. It is mutually reinforcing and restraining with the inside and outside of Jingtian. There are no spells, so even immortals can't set up traps here. They can only use people to block it. So this place has always been blocked. Fu Qiu nodded, that's right. But I don't know why the general made it half-blocked. This is a very strange matter, Lu Xiaoyi said, it's better to let it go than to block it. If it's completely blocked, these things have no other way to go to other places, right? I don't think so. He thought of the zombies in the King Zombie world and the crawling insects in the Big Fruit Platter world. If the swordsmen of the Western Jiao hadn't cleared the passage for a long time, it was completely possible that some accident happened. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on them. There were only 5 people, and all of them had their abilities sealed. They didn't have the strength to completely clear the passage. There were many things in this world of cultivation that appeared inexplicably. Finding the reason was also inexplicable. It was just a hunch, and he didn't have any real evidence. Fu Qiu sighed, let it go, everyone knows the reason, but where can we let it go? We can't do anything in the inside and outside of Jingtian. They are all places where half-immortals are active. We, as supremes, can't do anything. Mortal world? Then there's no need to think about it. It's the only place we can protect. These things should be taken care of by the immortal court, but in the end, it's on our heads. But for the Western Jiao inheritance, this seems to be a chance to struggle at death's door. It's just that after such a long time, what's the meaning of the so-called immortality to us? Lu Xiaoyi said, living has its own meaning. From the records of my sect, the general of your family is not a person who lives a miserable life. So I think that since he arranged for you to wait here, there must be a reason for his arrangement. If you can't guess it, then live on. Chapter 1682. Since I've been here, I've never heard you talk about the fighting ability of those strange creatures. Is it unbearable? Or is there some other reason? Fu Qiu said, there's nothing much to say about the fighting itself. You know, if those strange creatures have their cultivation power sealed, with their intelligence and experience, they're nothing in front of humans. The reason Heaven's Eyes sent you here isn't because we can't defeat them, but because we have too few people. It's inevitable that some of us will be missed when the beasts rush at us. We can't fly, and we can only hold our swords in our hands. If one of them runs over, what else can we do other than chase after him? That's why we sent you here. Just in case. Well, in terms of numbers, the strange creatures passing through the passage have actually been decreasing these years. I don't know why, but is it because of the collapse of the Great Way that these things have decreased? Maybe they've been diverted. Who knows? Lu Xiaoyi returned to Miaofeng Mountain. He was different from Daoist Shi Jiao's traditional low-key forbearance. Lu Xiaoyi showed his ability without any scruples. It was not the power of a cultivator. It was something he had wielded for thousands of years. What was there to hide? After the people in the lower pass found out about the whereabouts of the horse bandits, he began to attack the horse bandits who were herding the sheep and cattle. He had no choice but to lead the people in the lower pass, because he could deal with the horse bandits, but not these animals. The ability of herding was not something he could master. The horse bandits certainly didn't want to lose their winter supplies just like that. They forced Lu Xiaoyi to change a group of leaders and left some harsh words. If you're not convinced, then come. Sooner or later, I'll give each of you a chance to be a leader. The cattle and sheep that were pulled back were divided into 5 groups. Half of them returned to the people in the lower pass, and the other half became teachers. In fact, they were encircled somewhere in the valley, roasting a few every day to satisfy their cravings. This scene made the people in the lower pass secretly frightened. The 5 Taoists were like 5 bottomless pits. Each meal had 10 sheep, and each person ate 2. This was only half full because they weren't presumptuous. Swordsmanship was also taught, but it was all basic stuff. It was completely Lu Xiaoyi's style. He never hid anything when he taught people, but he was also too lazy to explain anything. As long as you were willing to put in the effort to learn, you would definitely achieve something. But if you were to slack off for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days, that was up to you. To a true monarch like him, the meridians and acupoints of martial arts were as simple as they could be. They could be applied with just a bit of organization. This was the specialty of cultivators. Everything was for the sake of filling one's stomach. Mu Nan began to slack off after only a few days of learning. He preferred to listen to Lu Xiaoyi talk about Daoist stories and philosophies. This was what he was good at. The ones who were willing to work hard to practice swordsmanship were Shabao and a few other tribesmen from the Lower Guan tribe. In the process of following the Daoist to snatch the flock of sheep, they had truly seen what it meant to have a horse like a dragon, a sword like the wind, 10 charges 10 victories, and no one was a match. Taking advantage of the fact that they had worked together several times, they became familiar with each other and became the Daoist's disciples. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi did not perform the etiquette of a master and disciple. To him, this was just a process of swindling food and drink. A few months later, a few Daoists dashed towards the cliff and jumped off it one after another. In the passage, the 5 of them ran wildly. They needed to rush forward as fast as possible and seize the narrow position as soon as possible. Since they were already mortals, they needed to change the way they fought. They could not have the mentality that if one person defended, 10,000 people would not be able to get through. After running for a few miles, 2 huge reptiles appeared in front of them. They had forelimbs like door planks, huge mouthparts, and thick hind legs. They seemed to be of the same species. Fuji slowed down and shouted, "Junior brother Lu." Lu Xiaoyi knew what he meant. He wanted him to deal with them alone and familiarize himself with the general combat level of the strange creatures here. The 4 of them had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years, but this was his first time. Only by familiarizing himself with them in advance could he have a sense of propriety when the strange creatures appeared in large numbers. He was actually no stranger to these reptiles. He knew where their weaknesses were. Without supernatural powers, such a huge body was just a target for him. Lu Xiaoyi did not change his speed. As he rapidly approached the 2 large reptiles, he suddenly accelerated when he was 3 feet away from them. The sharp change in speed allowed him to narrowly pass between the 2 large reptiles. At the same time, 2 streaks of sword light flashed and the 2 reptiles' heads fell to the ground. His movements did not stop. When he passed by the reptile's body, he leaped out and dodged the reptile's desperate stinger before it died. He had seen these movements countless times on the big fruit plate nut star. It was the natural instinct of most of the reptiles. He could not think that it was over after the heads fell off. He still had to guard against the inertia of their bodies. The few Shi Jiao Daoists secretly nodded. He was indeed worthy of being the top sword vein that was as famous as the Shi Jiao Daoists. Although he mainly focused on mid-range and long-range attacks, they could not find any fault with his close combat skills. Whether it was the control of distance, the grasp of timing, or the sharpness of the sword, they could do nothing more than this. Fu Gui caught up with him and ran side by side. Good swordsmanship. In the passage, most of the strange creatures are basically at this level. Because we don't have to worry about their various strange supernatural powers, the battle is usually more simple. With Junior Brother's ability, nothing here is a threat to you. But there's one thing that Junior Brother should pay attention to. Don't use too much strength and preserve your physical strength. You actually used too much strength just now. You can still reduce it a little. Maybe you still think of them as true cultivators and are afraid that you can't break their defense. Don't forget that we are now mortals and have no spiritual opportunity to replenish ourselves. Moving your muscles for a long time will still make you tired and sore. Lu Xiaoyi humbly listened to the advice. He looked at Ru Gui and Ti Gui who were behind him carrying 2 front limbs of the door that they had just removed. What are you doing? Using this to chop the enemy? Fu Shi sighed. This is what you must learn, Junior Brother. Among all the insects and beasts, what can be eaten? What can't be eaten? What's delicious? What's not delicious? These are all necessary skills to guard this place. You have to know that we can stay in the passage for at least a year and at most 10 years. We can't work on an empty stomach. Junior brother, you don't have any psychological barriers to this, do you? Lu Xiaoyi immediately understood what was going on. No problem. If senior brothers can eat, then I can eat too. I'll just treat it as eating spirit beast meat. He understood a little. In this place, the trouble was not the battle itself, but the physical limitations of mortals like them. There were many problems that cultivators did not need to consider at all, but now they had become crucial problems. Who would have thought that for a cultivator, eating could be a problem? But now that they did not have those true cultivators' methods and could not open their storage rings, this was a very realistic matter. Chapter 1683. There were a few more foreign creatures in front of them, and Lu Xiaoyi was still in charge of dealing with them. During this process, not only did he need to learn how to control his physical strength, but he also needed to learn how to identify things that could replenish his nutrients. There were also monsters, puppets, spiritual bodies, zombies, zerg, and all kinds of strange things. However, there was one thing that was common. Zerg were the most common, followed by zombies, because they could reproduce. There weren't many half-immortal realm cultivators who raised insects. However, even though there weren't many of them, they could peacefully breed in places like the connecting passageway. Comparatively speaking, puppets, spirit bodies, and treasures were rare. Every time one of them died, there would be one less of them. Lu Xiaoyi could understand why there were so many insects, but he did not understand why there were so many zombies as well. Could these things reproduce? Negative Centipede also did not understand this question, he only had a rough idea. There are many kinds of zombies, but I have never heard of any that could reproduce. However, there is one situation that you may have overlooked. Some people raise zombies in a space similar to an ancient battlefield. If such a space also enters the connecting passage, there will be an endless stream of zombies. This is because the old zombies in charge do not have the self-discipline of human cultivators. They will not consider the impact if there are too many zombies, nor will they pursue quality. They only know that the more, the better. However, we have never found such a space before. There was none in the past, and now that we have fewer people, of course, it is even more impossible. The 5 of them ran all the way. There were more and more foreign creatures in front of them, and they could no longer maintain their initial speed. One difficulty was that in the normal width of the passage, which was hundreds of feet wide, it was difficult for the 5 of them to completely block it. Therefore, they had to be careful. They first sent 2 or 3 people to sweep the front, and then left 2 people behind to hunt down the fish that escaped the net. This was a delicate job. If they missed one, it would cause harm to the splendid world, and that would be a dereliction of duty. The only good news was that although it was also called a tide, these waves of foreign creatures were at most 30 to 40 at a time. They could barely hold on. This was the reason why they had to rush forward as soon as possible. It was because they had to race against time and occupy the narrowest passage before the waves of foreign creatures really formed. At this critical moment, the ones who rushed forward to sweep were 3 veterans, Negative Centipede, Entering Nightmare, and Lifting Centipede. Lu Xiaoyi and another Taoist were at the back to pick up the leftovers. He had nothing to be dissatisfied about. He wasn't narrow-minded enough to complain that he wasn't given an important task. As soon as the Shi Jiao swordsmen made a move, he could see their unparalleled ability in close combat. They were indeed the disciples of General Shi Jiao. When it came to close combat, other than the 7 ants in his hand, which had a great advantage, he was no match for them in close combat. My back is not spouting nonsense. He wasn't a sore loser. After all, close combat wasn't everything. These old men were now half human and half sword spirits. They had been eating close combat sword skills for tens of thousands of years. They were not as embarrassing as them. In fact, it was no different from the close-range sword techniques Lu Xiaoyi was familiar with. It was concise, ruthless, decisive, insightful, and not sloppy at all. It was as if one was dancing on the tip of the knife of death, but could always escape unscathed. This was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and it made him gasp in amazement. After cultivating the sword Dao for 2,000 years, he had finally met someone who was at the same level as him in a certain aspect, and perhaps even slightly better than him. This made him feel that this trip had not been in vain. For a true master of swordsmanship, killing was like an art. It was pleasing to the eye. The 5 artists cooperated with each other in such a forward attack, one after another. In addition to the swordlight, there were also loud shouts. It was like a fight in the mortal world. This kind of feeling was very novel and also very warm. After all, it had been a long time since he was so happy and simply immersed in a simple slaughter. There are 3 puppets 100 feet to the left. I might miss one. Xiaoyi, catch it. There's a pile on the right. Slow down. Enter Nightmare and come over to help. Xiaoyi, the 2 hind legs of that grasshopper are delicious. Don't forget to cut them off. And the tongue. It's delicious when roasted with wine. Xiaoyi, don't touch that sarcoma. It's full of pus. Unsurprisingly, the 5 of them rushed along the way and found a narrow opening that was only a few feet wide 200 miles away. This was their fixed defensive position. There are a few more such narrow openings in front, but we can't rush forward. It's meaningless. Because we can't clear out the strange creatures in front of us. In the end, we have too few people. There's nothing we can do about it. What do you mean there's nothing we can do? Is it difficult to transfer 100 Supremes to the cultivation world of the main world? You can push all the way and clear them once and stop for 1,000 years. It's just that someone doesn't want you Shijiao to be idle. His words were a bit heavy because there was still no end to this suppression. No one knew where the dawn was, and there were only 5 people left in Shijiao. There was even one who ran away. You said there's a sword spirit here. Why don't I see it? Fuzhu sighed. Do you really want to see it? Every sword spirit here is a half-immortal ancestor of our sword vein. There's definitely no one in Shijiao, but it's possible that there's one in Shenyuan. We've seen a sword spirit once. Its orthodoxy is unknown. It was when we first came here tens of thousands of years ago. It's not one of our orthodoxies. It's a very lonely existence. We can't bear to touch it, and it didn't attack us. Later, it disappeared. I don't know if it's still here after so many years. I heard that not every sword spirit would come here. Some disappeared with their masters, some disappeared without a trace, and some were subservient to the heavenly Tao. But what kind of sword spirit would come here? There might be some accidental factors in it, right? This topic was even heavier. They wanted to see a sword spirit, but they also didn't want to see one. It was a very complicated feeling. The gathering of different kinds began to pressure them. Fortunately, there were too many kinds. Like their original masters, no one was willing to submit to anyone, so they couldn't organize themselves. This was the main reason why the 5 of them could deal with it easily. During this process, Lu Xiaoyi began to systematically come into contact with the various ownerless magical objects left behind by the half-immortal ancestors after their deaths. He didn't know why there were no half-immortals in the inner and outer scenic skies to take them in. Were they unwilling? Or did they not have a chance? In theory, when one reached the level of half-immortal, it was impossible for them to take a fancy to other people's magical objects. They preferred to condense their own magical objects, which were more suitable to them. Moreover, they didn't have to worry about any problems in using them. There were too many secrets in the cultivation world. There were so many that you could never understand them all. You could only take one step at a time. If you encountered some tricky ones, you wouldn't dare to look at them. However, Lu Xiaoyi's thoughts were always jumping around. What's the other end of the inner and outer scenic skies like? In theory, if these things can go to Jinxiu from this passage, then it seems that we can also go to the inner and outer scenic skies from here. Chapter 1684. Just as Fuxi had said, Lu Xiaoyi did not encounter anything too troublesome when he was intercepting the divergent beast. When all the cultivators were sealed together, what kind of difference would there be between them? Simply speaking, Humans were the weakest when it came to their physical bodies. This was without a doubt. However, to the cultivators at the level of true monarchs, they had at least gone through thousands of years of bitter cultivation. This was especially true for sword cultivators and body cultivators. The difference between their physical bodies and other cultivators was not that obvious. Even if they were sealed, it was impossible for them to completely enter the state of a mortal in the initial stage of Dao initiation. The seal was not a reversal. 4 physique cultivators and swordsman physique cultivators who paid more attention to their physique, their sealed bodies were enough to withstand the divergent beasts. This was because the divergent beasts did not actively train their bodies. They did not know how to do push-ups, run daily, and lift stone weights. But humans did. After thousands of years of perseverance, the difference was not that big. But on the other hand, the difference between them was huge. Intelligence, experience, vision, knowledge, judgment, and so on. Humans were still at the level of supremes in these aspects, but these cultivators relied on their masters to survive. Once their masters died, it was easy to imagine their own survival and fighting ability. They were not on the same level. It was not the fun of fighting, but it was the thrill of fighting. Lu Xiaoyi and the 4 Daoist Shijiao had stayed in this narrow passage for a full year. During this period, the divergent beasts had never exceeded the scale of 100 divergent beasts at a time. Most of the time, the divergent beasts were also poking their heads out and looking around, hesitating. They had basic intelligence, and they knew about danger. They knew that they had to make a choice between freedom and life. Lu Xiaoyi had the opportunity to taste various kinds of insect beast meat. The taste was not very good, because they rarely had the chance to use fire, so they had to eat it raw. Of course, they had a fire starter, but they did not have any fuel. Eating raw meat and drinking blood was an unthinkable thing for cultivators, but it happened to the universe's top supremes and swordsmen. Everyone took it with equanimity. This included Lu Xiaoyi. If others could eat it, he could eat it too. In many aspects, he did not have any so-called taboos. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Slowly, Lu Xiaoyi's friendship with the old Shijiao bastards deepened. From fellow apprentices, they became brothers. They learned about the recent general trend of the universe from Lu Xiaoyi, and Lu Xiaoyi also learned more about the secrets of Shijiao from them. Among the remaining 5 people, Fu Qiu and Ti Xiu were at the Yang spirit realm, while the other 3 had 2 primordial spirits and 1 yin spirit. It had been like this since tens of thousands of years ago. If they could still live for tens of thousands of years, their cultivation would still be at this level. This was because they could no longer be considered as real humans. Through the fusion with the sword spirit, they achieved incomplete immortality. At the same time, they also lost the privilege of humans to reach a higher level. The people of Shijiao rarely mentioned the past as they did not want to confuse Lu Xiaoyi. Moreover, they did not know much at that time. This was the general's protection for them. If they were not in that position, they should not know the things that only those in that position should know. Their discussion was more about swordsmanship, not specific swordsmanship methods. It was more about a concept. The close-range swordsmanship of Shijiao has gone a little astray when it comes to us. Because of the fusion with the sword spirit, we can achieve many changes that other sword vein can't. However, compared to normal situations, it's hard to say whether it's a benefit or a disadvantage. In our opinion, although this fusion method can improve our close-range skills, it's not necessarily a good thing for the cultivators themselves. Losing the path to the upper realm and living like this, we lose the meaning of being a swordsman. It was very melancholy because some choices were not up to them. If they did not do this, they would not even be left in Shijiao Sword Mansion. When Xu An Yuan added the Dao sword vein, we were very pleased and felt that the burden on our shoulders was lighter. The Crow ancestor was the greatest figure in the history of the sword vein. In a sense, he was above the great emperor and the general. Unfortunately, although we lived in the same era, we did not have the chance to meet him. The Crow ancestor inherited the part of the mainstream sword vein of Shijiao's swordsmanship. Therefore, we were thinking whether we could also make a summary of the core part of Shijiao's swordsmanship. After all, we have to organize our own things. For tens of thousands of years, many of our senior and junior brothers have done their best. It can be said that even if we did not integrate with the sword spirit, we are confident that we can train our successors to reach a certain height in swordsmanship. This is the result of our personal experience for tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, these things are engraved on the stone slab on the mountainside and no one is willing to take a look at them. This is also fate. Lu Xiaoyi could understand what he meant. Shi Jiao could not rise for the time being. Since the Crow ancestor was able to collect most of Shi Jiao's swordsmanship, he could certainly collect the core swordsmanship of Shi Jiao and pass it on to him. Although Shi Jiao's future prospects were foggy and he was more likely to fail than prosper, as long as he was open-minded and passed on the real thing, it did not matter whether there was still Shi Jiao or not. This was the accomplishment of reaching a certain level. It was also an acknowledgement of Shu On Yuan. The reason why he did not say it directly was that he was afraid of being rejected and losing face. Secondly, he was afraid that it would cause both sides to be involved in karma. Therefore, the stone slab was just there. No one in Jinshuo world could understand it. If Lu Xiaoyi was willing to learn, he could go back and find time. No one would care about him. Lu Xiaoyi understood very well. Of course, he would not express anything explicitly. This was a tacit understanding. Senior brother is right. Cultivators of our generation pursue immortality, but it must be immortality that we can make our own decisions about. A swordsman is a swordsman, and a sword is a sword. It does not mean that the ultimate goal of becoming a swordsman is to become a sword. We are humans. Only by persevering on this point can we have unlimited possibilities. And not some magical item that seems to give us immortality. This was a journey of sashimi. For a whole year, Lu Xiaoyi and senior brother Shi Jiao ate sashimi for a whole year. There was no mustard, only salt. There were no accidents, just like every time the people of Shi Jiao experienced it. In the past few hundred years, it feels like there are fewer foreign species than usual. I wonder if there are any changes in the inner and outer scenic sky. Under the influence of a mysterious force, there were abnormalities in the passage. Retreat. Carrying the order, the 5 of them began to run back. They had to be fast. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were blocked in the passage. Although they would not starve to death, staying in such a place for a few years was torturous. It was a test of their mental fortitude. This time, although they were sealed as mortals, it was not a difficult task. Chapter 1685. More than a year had passed, and the people who went down the mountain had already returned to their homes. Although they were the village that suffered the most damage, they had left a good reputation for fighting against the bandit. It would take many years for them to recover, but to the people who went down the mountain, the biggest reward was that they had found a true backer. The name of Miaofeng Mountain was once again spread, but this time there was real evidence, because many people had seen a ruthless Taoist who specialized in killing the head of the family. The point was, you couldn't hide from him. Shi Bao and the others left, but even more people heard the news and came looking for them. They all wanted to verify something, but they could not see anyone. Just like every time in history, they would show their heads and reveal their traces, and then they would disappear without a trace. There was one person who didn't leave, and that was Mu Nan. As a traveling scholar, he had all the characteristics of a prominent family. He was curious, had no pressure to survive, liked new things, and was passionate about finding out the truth. Therefore, he, who had nothing to do, had the most time. He wanted to find out if the name of Miaofeng Mountain had anything to do with these Taoists. Judging from the current situation, it was inevitable that there was a connection. But how did they manage to maintain such an influence for thousands of years? Everyone had to die, at most 100 years, so it needed to be passed down from generation to generation. In order to not lose the legacy, it needed a certain number of disciples to ensure that the legacy would not be cut off. However, he didn't see this in Miaofeng Mountain. There were only a few Taoists with amazing appetites, and there were no more than 5 of them. How did they pass down the legacy? Among the few Taoists in Miaofeng Mountain, there was only one who was easy to get in touch with, and that was the one who fell from the sky. The rest of them were elusive, and they were rarely seen. The name of Taoism? Well, actually, the name is not important, but the concept is important. If you want to talk about the name, there is one, and it can be called Chuanzhen. Lu Xiaoyi and his group had just exited the connecting passage when Mu Nan stopped him and asked him questions about Taoism. Of course, there was Taoism in splendid heaven and earth, but because there was no cultivation and the world was closed off from the outside world, it was very limited in terms of learning. Once Mu Nan came into contact with Lu Xiaoyi's many views on Taoism, he felt that it was a completely new world. For a descendant of a prominent clan like him, the education he received from a young age was extremely broad, which inevitably included the Taoism of the 100 schools of thought. Only when he grew older and experienced more would he be able to determine his own direction. This was the reason why he was so interested in Lu Xiaoyi's theory. He was at the stage where it was easiest for him to accept new things. Quanzhen sect. Quanzhen sect. It sounds very powerful. Master, Lu Xiaoyi interrupted him. I'm not your master. Don't shout. If you're willing to learn something, I can teach you when I'm free. However, the relationship between master and disciple cannot be mentioned lightly. It's too heavy. You, on the other hand, refuse to learn proper sword techniques and are instead obsessed with these theoretical things. Mu Nan laughed. He was the descendant of a prominent clan and naturally had a sense of superiority. Therefore, when he spoke, he did not put himself in a lower position and was very casual. You don't want to be involved in this, but I don't want to either. Sword techniques are only a match for 1 or 10 people, but knowledge is a match for 10,000 people. I don't need to rely on swordsmanship for my future because there are many people in the Mu clan who understand swordsmanship. Although they are not as good as you, there are still a lot of them. I'm afraid that if I learn the true essence of your swordsmanship, I will be involved in your Jianghu disputes. Wouldn't that be a loss for the greater good and neglect the essentials? Lu Xiaoyi fell into deep thought. At night, Ming Yarrow was alone on the peak of the mountain. Mu Nan's words during the day had touched him. He had never believed that the Heavenly Eye's mission this time was simple. This was his intuition. However, he could not find the source of this intuition no matter how hard he tried. It was only after Mu Nan's irresponsible nonsense that he suddenly realized that this could be a trap. Yes, it was the inheritance. If he looked at the stone slab, if he inherited Shi Jiao's sword vein, would he inherit part of Shi Jiao's karma? He was not afraid of anything. Now, he had some understanding of the chess game that the great emperor and the general Crow ancestor had set up. The more it was like this, the more he understood that he should not be involved in it easily before he fully matured. Patience, this was the real rhythm of intervention, not dying before the start of the battle. Among the 3 ancestors of the sword vein, the general met with misfortune after becoming an immortal. The great emperor also disappeared after becoming an immortal. The Crow ancestor was the most powerful, but he still used his life in exchange for the descent of morality not long after becoming an immortal, which led to the collapse of the great Tao. They all started after becoming immortals, but the results were different. It was hard to say whether they achieved their goals or not. However, to him, becoming an immortal was the real threshold, the day he revealed his true intentions. Before that, he had to act like his ancestors and disguise himself as a harmless person. That stone slab, he could not look at it anymore. Although he had his doubts, why was the Crow ancestor able to openly bring back part of Shi Jiao's inheritance while he was in danger? Could it be related to the core and non-core? However, the strange thing about this mission was that he did not know where the trap was. Now, he finally had some clues. Fortunately, he wasn't someone who couldn't keep his cool. Fortunately, Mu Nan kept pestering him, which gave him some kind of reminder. It should be waiting for him here. Shi Jiao's core secret inheritance, invincible close combat sword techniques, ingenious mission arrangements, mutual appreciation, and tens of thousands of years of sword techniques entrusted to him. When all of these were gathered together, no cultivator would be able to resist such a temptation, not to mention a swordsman. Everything was going according to the flow of water. Lu Xiaoyi sneered in his heart, reminding himself that as his realm increased, and with his current high-profile behavior, his every move would be magnified in the eyes of some people with ulterior motive. He could not change his current high-profile behavior. This was the foundation of gathering momentum. Otherwise, he could not imagine how a nameless person could make his voice heard in the changing universe. However, he could not make a crucial mistake. This was his principle. As for Shi Zhao's close combat sword skills, he was not very concerned. The main reason why these Shi Zhao swordsmen could achieve this was because of their fusion with the sword spirit, and it was precisely this point that was the most unacceptable because it would affect the upper realm. If such sword skills were really passed to Shen Yuan, what would happen? Those primordial spirit and yin spirit who could not reach the upper realm would fuse with their sword spirit. Not only could they live forever, but they could also continue to serve the sect. It sounded like killing two birds with one stone, the best of both worlds, but in reality, if one looked further, one would realize that. Because with this path, one would no longer have the determination to reach the upper realm of life and death. There would be fewer and fewer young spirits, and of course, fewer and fewer demi-immortals. A sword sect that had lost its ambition, was it still a sword sect? Such a heart was punishable. If they were to encounter a larger group attack, they might not be able to do it without missing a single person. As for when the mission would end, it would depend on when the guy on the back would realize the responsibility he was shouldering. It might take 10 years or even 100 years. 10 years later, the official missions had become dull and boring. On the contrary, the name of Miaofeng Mountain had become more and more famous among the tribes and clans of the Gale Plain. This was because the first batch of disciples, such as Shabao, had already made a name for themselves in the Gale Plain. This was a very good example. Their reputation was mainly expressed in their martial arts. Gradually, their reputation began to spread inland, attracting more and more people from the Jianghu. This was not something Lu Xiaoyi could control. In comparison, Mu Nan was even more impressive. The Chuanzhen sect had not only made a name for themselves in the Gale Plain, but also in the Yangzhou Plain. However, it was not because of their martial arts, but because of their more profound, more comprehensive, and more extensive Taoist philosophy. The introduction of basic concepts such as the 5 elements, yin and yang, tai chi, 8 trigrams, and so on greatly enriched the local Daoist ideology of Jin Xiu. Mu Nan was overjoyed because he could become a benchmark figure in the mainland. Even the Mu family supported him. The vision of the aristocratic families in the Central Plains in the interior of the mainland was much greater than learning swordsmanship. However, to Lu Xiaoyi, the only benefit of having a good reputation was that he did not have to worry about food and drink. The people of the Western Zhao Plain were indeed very persistent. Perhaps it was because they had too much to bear, or perhaps it was because their hearts were dead. Therefore, even though it was a very simple matter to improve their living conditions, they had not thought about it for tens of thousands of years. As expected of the general's disciples, their willpower was as strong as steel. However, he did not care about that. After all, the heavenly eye did not have any special requirements in this area. Why couldn't he fight for a better living environment for himself? The things that were spread were not Xuanyuans, but Taoists, so no one could have anything against him. Tranquility was the most direct feeling Lu Xiaoyi had towards this place. Even in the void of the universe, he could feel that he was a member of the cultivation world. However, here, the atmosphere isolated everything. Not only was there spiritual opportunity, but there were also countless implications. He had always thought that he could adapt to any environment. However, after more than 10 years here, even he felt a little bored, as if he had been abandoned by the world. He had been excluded from the cultivation world of the universe. The Western Zhao swordsmen had persevered here for tens of thousands of years. In their tranquility, he could feel that something that had not yet been extinguished was waiting for someone to ignite it. It should not be like this. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, he felt angry for them in his heart. Sooner or later, all of this would be repaid. The 5 of them ran through the passageway. No one spoke. This was actually their normal situation. Lu Xiaoyi's initial novelty had already passed. He was now as experienced as a Western Zhao swordsman who had been here for tens of thousands of years. There was nothing left to teach him. This was the 4th time, the 18th year. Everything was the same as before. Boring missions and boring killings. However, after they ran for dozens of miles, they all discovered something strange. The passageway is widening. I remember that the width here should be 13 feet. Now it's at least 15 feet. Rugi said in a low voice. Fushi said without hesitation, "Hurry up. I hope that the opening we're guarding won't widen too much." While running, Lu Xiaoyi cautiously gave his opinion, "The widening of the passageway is nothing. At most, it'll make it harder for us to guard it. What I'm worried about is whether new branches will appear as the passageway widens. If they appear in front of us, it won't matter. But if they appear behind us..." Lu Xiaoyi's words alarmed them. What he meant was, based on the fundamental principle of space theory, when the passageway was unstable, a main passageway could be divided into many small branches like a spiderweb. Most of them could be dead ends. However, as long as one of them was passable, their defense would be meaningless. This was not for the so-called mission, but for the mortals they were guarding. Should they continue to guard the narrow opening? Or should they retreat until the passageway became stable? Fushi asked anxiously, "If we retreat, it'll be easy for us to slip through." Lu Xiaoyi insisted, "It may not be that bad. The appearance of the spiderweb is a double-edged sword. Most of the foreign species may not be able to find the right path. Therefore, we may have less pressure in terms of numbers. And I always think that even if there are some gaps, at least we can know how many there are. It'll be easier to find them. It's better than not knowing how many there are." The Shizhao swordsmen looked at each other and made a decision. The Shenyuan man's analysis was very reasonable. Under such changes, it would be too passive to stick to the previous strategy. They didn't know if there would be a small passageway more than 200 miles behind them. If they had a hard time guarding the front and a few small openings appeared behind them, it would be a big sin. Turn back. For safety's sake, we'll go straight back until we see the entrant. At least this time, we can't make any mistakes. As for the next time, it depends on how many people the heavenly eyes send. The 5 of them turned around and started running back. For them, the safest place to be was at the entrance of the passageway. Even if it wasn't easy to defend, at least they could know the exact situation. Chapter 1687. Their decision was very timely. Just as they ran back for more than 10 miles, the tunnel suddenly spasmed, and a small crack appeared on the wall of the tunnel, which was still expanding. Although no strange creatures came out, it was only a matter of time. They were very lucky to have made the right decision. They were even more determined to return to defend. Only when they were close to the entrance did the walls of the passageway gradually stabilized. The passageway was several tens of feet wide, and for the 5 of them, it was difficult to stop every single one of the foreign creatures that were charging at them. They had no choice but to do their best. After assigning their respective areas to guard, they knew that it would take some time for the foreign creatures to arrive. They could finally take a breather. Tishu found joy in the midst of hardship. This place is not bad. If we are close to the entrance, the food problem will be solved. Lu Xiaoyi asked, "Has this happened before?" Fu Shu shook his head. "No, this is the first time. It seems that the collapse of the 5 Taishang has also started to affect this place. After this, if the higher-ups still want to maintain the safety of the beautiful world, they will have to send more people. We just have to guard this place. It won't be considered a dereliction of duty." Lu Xiaoyi had some thoughts, but it was not convenient for him to speak in detail because he did not have any solid evidence. According to his guess, based on the appearance of the zombies in the King Zombie world and the tide of crawling insects on the fruit plate, the tunnel was probably already riddled with holes. However, the Shijiao swordsman was limited in number, so in the past 10,000 years, they did not have the opportunity to explore. The entire tunnel was thousands of miles long. The weakest part should be in the middle. They had been guarding within 200 miles. They did not know the truth about the tunnel until now, when the changes in the tunnel began to spread to the two ends. What happened in the middle? It was not that Lu Xiaoyi was a busybody, but his life in the past 20 years had been too boring. According to his understanding, the chaos that appeared in various parts of the universe should have something to do with this place. The battle of the universe was also a battle of luck. The so-called battle was not only about fighting and killing, but also one's contribution. To him, it was fine if he did not know about the changes here, but now that he knew, there was no reason for him to let it go. What was going with the flow? This was what a cultivator would experience in their journey of cultivation. When all these strange things gradually pointed in one direction, you had to take a good look in that direction. This was taking advantage of the situation. If you pretend not to know, then fine, the guidance of the heavenly Tao should be given to someone else. It has nothing to do with you, because you are a person who is unwilling to bear the responsibility. So he comforted her. Actually, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. The collapse of the 5 manifestations had affected many things. After accumulating for a long time, they took advantage of the fact that the blockage had disappeared to launch an attack. This was in line with the basic principles of the existence of this type of spatial passage, so it wasn't strange at all. It's like a newly formed spiderweb, and it's shaped like a maze with a myriad of threads. Even if we were to explore the path within it, it wouldn't be easy for us to find the correct path in the end, let alone those foreign species. Therefore, the possibility of a large number of foreign species coming here is not high. It is more likely that they will come in groups of 30 to 20. Fu Qiu nodded. This judgment was very reliable. Little Yi is right, but our strategy cannot be too passive in this situation. We can't just stand here and wait. We have to take the initiative to attack. Take advantage of the time when they are poking their heads out to look around and don't give them a chance to gather. The few of them discussed and decided to look for the best position to block the attack. Finally, after many choices, they decided on 2 positions. One was a 3-way junction about 10 miles away from the entrance. There were 3 people stationed there, which was their last line of defense. The other was 30 miles away from the entrance. There were 4 cracks here, and 2 people were stationed there. Considering that not every crack would have foreign species coming out, if they took the initiative to attack, they could still deal with it. Lu Xiaoyi and Entering Nightmare were placed 30 miles away. This was just a tactical arrangement. To the 5 of them, their strength was more or less the same. There was no situation where one of them was more or less stronger than the other. If they really fought, they could just rotate after a period of time. They were all veterans and knew very well what they should do. Entering Nightmare side. The changes in the universe have affected this place in the end. Being in the universe, there is no place to escape. I think that if this passage changes a few more times, there might be half immortals coming from the other side. If that's really the case, do you think we should stop them? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Don't think so much. You won't wait until that day. The Heaven's Eyes can send people here occasionally, which means that they have never stopped paying attention to this place. After this time, a large number of reinforcements will arrive. How to completely block this passage is something they should consider. As the 2 of them chatted, time slowly passed. Finally, a reptile poked its head out of a crack and looked around. Entering the crack, Entering Nightmare chased it for 1,000 feet and beheaded it with his sword. This was their strategy. They didn't give these things a chance to gather together and boost their courage. If the foreign species didn't form a large scale, then even if the terrain was wider, they could block them as much as possible. They didn't need to block all of them in this place. They could still let some pass. There were still 3 people behind them. Humans had an absolute advantage in intelligence, and it really played a big role here. To the foreign species that bred in the connecting passage, they basically didn't have much intelligence. Although there were many half-immortals in the inner and western scenic skies, the number of deaths every year was limited. Their powerful magic objects also had a limit, and it was still within a controllable range. After a few months, blocking them was still considered easy. Because of the appearance of the crack, the arrival of the foreign species became chaotic. In addition, they took the initiative to attack, so the battle was actually easier than before. During this period, they rotated once. Lu Xiaoyi and entering Nightmare retreated to the back. They actually had the opportunity to go out and carry a few roasted lambs back. Gradually, they put down their worries. If this continued, there wouldn't be a problem with the defense this time. After another rotation, Lu Xiaoyi and entering Nightmare were once again at the front. The two of them were already familiar with this task and had a tacit understanding. When one of them entered the crack to hunt, the other guarded the main road. After more than 10 days, they actually didn't let a single foreign species pass. In the calm, everything was going according to plan. However, Lu Xiaoyi didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness. As a wily old fox who had been in the universe for a long time, he was very clear that often, a mutation would occur in a seemingly normal rhythm and catch you off guard. In their place, other than the main road, there were 4 other cracks. Among them, foreign species frequently appeared in one of them. Another one occasionally appeared, and the other 2 never had any foreign species. They should be 2 dead ends. In the defense, one of the 2 dead ends suddenly had movement. A zombie poked its head out. Lu Xiaoyi leaped up and quickly forced it back into the crack. Then, he chased after it and shouted, "Senior brother, be careful. This one has also become a living path." Entering Nightmare replied, "I know. Junior brother, don't chase too far." Chapter 1688. Lu Xiaoyi rose and fell quickly, a little like the Qinggong of the mortal world. He had not experienced such a feeling for more than 1,000 years, and it was quite interesting. It was also because he had to use the Qinggong of the mortal world that it was a little difficult to chase after the enemy. He did not give up, because the enemy was a zombie and moved relatively slowly. If it was a 4-legged insect, there was a 50% chance that he would not be able to catch up, because the 2 of them had to ensure that the chase was within a certain distance. If the enemy ran too far, they would not be able to keep chasing. The furthest he had gone was 2 to 3 li. But this time, he clearly didn't need such a long time. In less than 1,000 feet, the back of the zombie's neck was cut, and it fell to the ground. Its limbs were still twitching unconsciously. Lu Xiaoyi habitually glanced around and was about to return. At this moment, a vague shadow in front of him stopped him. It was a strange creature that he had never seen in the past 20 years. It was white and almost transparent, with a vague shape, the shape of a sword, patrolling in front of him. It was not a soul. Lu Xiaoyi immediately made a judgment. Before he could get close, Qinggong's shout came from the other side of the crack. "Junior brother, come back quickly. This crack passage is not stable." Lu Xiaoyi also noticed it, but from his position, it was obvious that he did not see it as clearly as Qinggong. The short time between Qinggong's shout and the closing of the passage may be enough for a cultivator to get out, but for a warrior with a mortal body, he would need at least 10 breaths of time to run. It was too late. He was blocked by the collapsed space passage. Perhaps he was very close to Qinggong, but this distance was like a natural moat to them. Lu Xiaoyi did not panic. His attitude towards things that he could not do anything about was very simple. He just had to get used to it. After all, this was not a real crack in space, and the spiderweb was limited. No matter where he went, the possibility of finding the main path was very high. There was no way out, of course. He had to satisfy his curiosity. He would not wait here to see if the crack would open again. Taking the initiative was the mark of a swordsman, especially after seeing the suspected sword spirit. He didn't chase after it as he was afraid of startling it. Instead, he followed it and slowly approached it, quietly observing it. He was still a little uncertain. He was very clear about the state of human cultivators after they were sealed. He also had a certain understanding of insects and zombies. But for things like sword spirits, if they were also sealed, what other abilities did they have? What are its characteristics? He really wasn't too sure about this. The The sword vein was a very rare orthodoxy in the universe cultivation world. However, no matter how rare it was, if all the sword vein half-immortals in the universe were gathered in the inner and outer scenic skies, the number would not be too small. Therefore, he did not consider whether this sword spirit came from a senior in Shenyuan. The probability of this happening was actually very small. What he really wanted to know was, how many other sword spirits existed in this passageway? He never thought that all the magic objects of the half-immortals wanted to escape and bring disaster to the human world. Many of them just wanted to pursue simple freedom, but the few of them couldn't distinguish all of this. Most of those who died in their hands were purely acting on instinct, but there were also some who were different. This was a dead knot. From the perspective of a living cultivator, it wasn't wrong to not allow these beings to escape. The sword spirit, let's call it that for the time being. It didn't rush towards him with bared fangs and brandished claws as soon as it saw him. Instead, it floated in front of him, seemingly aimless. Lu Xiaoyi controlled his impatience and followed it all the way until the distance between them was extremely close. They began to walk side by side. It was indeed a sword spirit. When they got closer, Lu Xiaoyi finally confirmed the sharp aura that couldn't be concealed. The sword spirit also didn't attack him because he, who was holding the 7th, emitted the same aura. In this regard, they were regarded as the same kind of aura. The problem was that they couldn't communicate. For magic objects like the sword spirit, when they were sealed, apart from losing most of their abilities, they would also be deprived of their spiritual intelligence. They would only be left with some instinctive consciousness. This was the difference between magic objects and living creatures. For example, insects, zombies, demonic beasts, and so on, they had real brains that could think simply, mouths that could roar and make sounds, and eyes that could see things and distinguish shapes. However, if it was a sword spirit, it actually didn't have these hardware. Therefore, when it was suppressed to a mortal form, it could only rely on its instincts. However, a sword spirit also had its own unique characteristics. For example, it was different from other magic objects. This was something that only belonged to a sword, even if it was an ordinary sword, recognized by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, in this sword spirit's perception, it might not think that Lu Xiaoyi was a human. It might not even know what a human was, what a reptile was, or what other things were. The only thing it knew was that the person beside it was as sharp as it was. This was something that Lu Xiaoyi slowly discovered along the way. There was no way to communicate with it at all, because the sword spirit's consciousness was already considered something that didn't belong to it and was sealed. The only thing that could be done was to fight alongside it. The sword spirit liked to find trouble with insects the most, followed by zombies and then demonic beasts. However, it was almost indifferent to spiritual bodies, puppets, and treasure spirits. It had a very strong sense of hatred. No matter how many of such existences there were in front of it, it would rush forward and hack at them. Because it was an illusory form of energy, and its swordsmanship was very regular, and it didn't have a sword wielder, its attacks were extremely bold and unrestrained. It was far more ferocious than Lu Xiaoyi's sword. This was incomparable, because the sword spirit's swordsmanship was completely different from when it had a master. It didn't have any scruples and could do whatever it wanted. When the sword spirit showed its combat form, the entire sword was no longer illusory, but had completely solidified into a long sword. However, the attentive Lu Xiaoyi had already discovered that there were innumerable cracks on the sword's body. Those were caused by the lack of energy caused by the prolonged fighting, which caused the sword spirit to be unable to solidify into a complete long sword. In the long run, there would be a day when it would completely disappear. However, this sword spirit didn't care about this at all. Instead, it was searching everywhere and fighting everywhere. There wasn't a moment when it was idle. What could he do? The only thing he could do was to help the sword spirit as much as possible when it was fighting, and try his best to share its burden. He hoped that the day when this lousy sword would break would come even later. He also understood that the sword spirit's wandering around the crack wasn't because it wanted to rush out, but because it wanted to tail and kill that zombie. Were there any more existences like the sword spirit in the passageway? There definitely were. However, there were definitely very few of them. Not only did they inherit their master's abilities, they also inherited their master's belief. Such existences were not only limited to the sword spirit. In the process of following the sword spirit, he also discovered existences that were doing the same thing as the sword spirit. For example, the life weapons of magic cultivators. Even in death, the remains of these powerful cultivators were still doing the things that their masters hadn't finished. It was very moving. Chapter 1689. The sword spirit did not have its own intelligence, only the instinct to kill. Fortunately, this instinct was selective, probably due to the influence of its master's actions over a long period of time, deeply engraved in its instincts. But it also had a temper. This was manifested in many aspects. First, Lu Xiaoyi could not kill more than it. If he killed more than it would not be happy. If it was unhappy, it would not care about the existence beside it and would run around to vent its dissatisfaction. At first, Lu Xiaoyi didn't quite understand why this guy suddenly became so irritable. Later, he realized that it was his fault. Therefore, every time he fought, he would deliberately give way to the sword spirit. Therefore, the sword spirit was very satisfied. Secondly, this fellow liked to be a teacher. It had its own insistence on how to use the sword. This was a habit it had developed over thousands of years under its master's control. It had to admit that there were many incredible sword techniques worth learning, but this did not mean that Lu Xiaoyi had to copy them all. Moreover, it was now purely in the form of a sword, and there were many sword techniques that Lu Xiaoyi could not learn. He had an additional body, so of course he had to be careful and not throw himself into a group of strange creatures. The sword spirit could not understand the difference between them, so it instinctively thought that its companion was not brave enough. This was also something that could not be helped. Finally, this fellow always had the attitude of a big brother, a leader, and a senior brother. For example, if they met a fork in the road, it would turn right, and Lu Xiaoyi could not turn left. If Lu Xiaoyi insisted, this fellow would not change its choice. If both of them insisted, they could only go their separate ways. There was no other way. After trying a few times, Lu Xiaoyi would always compromise and follow it. The only thing that comforted him was that this arrogant fellow would not reveal anything and slow down to wait for him. It was also a person who cared about face. Lu Xiaoyi naturally did not care about face. A senior swordsman, a half-immortal existence, and a sword expert with a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. What face did a junior like him have? He was just a stubborn old man. At the last moment of his life, he didn't mind being the old man's attendant one more time. It was impossible to guess the origin of this sword spirit because all the cultivator's sword skills had been sealed. The only thing that could be used was the close-range sword. Close-range sword skills were actually no different to most cultivators of the sword vein. It was more about personal preference. Only the sword skills of the Western Brightsword Mansion that were integrated with the sword spirit would have a certain degree of recognition. If it was a human wielding a sword, he could still roughly tell. However, if the sword was wielding itself, it would completely go against the basic principles of human swordsmanship. In that case, it would truly be unrecognizable and completely unfamiliar. This was also the deepest Lu Xiaoyi had ever ventured into the tunnel. He could not tell exactly how deep he had gone. He only knew that he had gone up the main path, then down, and up again. He only had one goal, and that was to go wherever there were the most insects. There was a general direction, and it was heading straight in. Perhaps the sword spirit felt that he had a helper this time, and could do what it couldn't do before. The Western Bright Swordsmen had not been to these places for tens of thousands of years. It was not that their spirit of exploration was not enough, but that they were too short of manpower to launch such a reverse push. They had to ensure that none of the strange creatures could rush into the splendid world. To them, this was not an easy task. Of course, they did not have the extra manpower to reverse push. The deeper he went, the more cracks there were in the space. Moreover, most of them appeared to be very stable. Lu Xiaoyi then understood that the connecting tunnel had already started to change. It was just that the humans only occupied a distance of 200 miles, so they did not feel it. The sword spirit was very familiar with the path here. Who knew how many years it had been here? During this process, Lu Xiaoyi truly saw all kinds of strange creatures in this tunnel. There were far more than when he had set up the checkpoints previously. For example, there were rarely seen cultivators' natal treasures when setting up the checkpoints. It was a fact that the reptiles and zombies still cooperated to a certain extent. However, the sword spirit rarely cooperated with these treasures and puppets. They all minded their own business, just like what their masters did when they were alive. This was also a kind of memory, and also represented the attitude of their masters in the past. However, their masters still knew how to temporarily borrow and cooperate with each other when they were alive. Even if they did not get along well on the surface, these treasures did not know how to compromise with each other. They just minded their own business. Lu Xiaoyi completely gave up on the idea of going back. In his opinion, instead of wasting a few years in the splendid world doing nothing, he would rather accompany the sword spirit in the tunnel. He could also have a more comprehensive understanding of everything here. There would always be surprises and accidents, and his life would be more fulfilling. This was the pace he liked, rather than teaching Mu Nan, Shabao, and the others outside. When he wanted to go back, he could always go back, as long as he followed the main road. He finally understood why the Shi Jiao swordsman could persevere here for tens of thousands of years. It was because there were many existences here who helped them subconsciously, purely out of instinct. After a few months, they arrived at a spacious place. This was no longer a tunnel, but a hilly land that was close to 100 miles wide. Just like what Fu Li said, there were about 2 or 3 such places in the entire tunnel. They were also the places where reptiles and zombies bred the most. They were the base camp. Zombies could be seen everywhere here, wandering aimlessly. Only a few of them were heading towards the splendid world, and most of them were healthy. Most of the zombies were incomplete and could not bear to go far. However, they were wandering around this spacious land, as if they were waiting for something or looking for something. Lu Xiaoyi could feel that the sword spirit was very excited, because the condensed sword force had grown a little longer. After a few months of interaction, he knew that this was the precursor of the sword spirit's attack. The sword spirit was very bold to attack in such a place. Of course, it did not have a body to be killed. At most, it would consume more energy and turn from a broken sword into a broken sword. Should he go crazy with it, or should he leave? Actually, it was not difficult for Lu Xiaoyi to choose. Old man, there are too many zombies here. Although their speed is not good, if they rush up and surround us, I'm afraid that neither of us will be able to escape. Just kill them at the edges and corners. Don't rush in, okay? You have lived long enough, but I haven't. Lu Xiaoyi knew that the sword spirit could not understand his complaints and only took them as a pastime. He did not expect the sword spirit to understand completely. He had his own judgment about these zombies. If he could maintain his speed and charge all the way, it seemed that he could barely do it. However, he could not stop and be surrounded. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. They were all mortals, so there was always a limit. The sword spirit did not care about him and only wandered around the edges. It looked as if it was looking for a weak point, but it did not seem to be. Because it did not conform to Lu Xiaoyi's judgment of the situation. Then, the sword suddenly shook and rushed forward. It cut a slow zombie into 2 pieces and continued to move forward. Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to follow, cursing. Damn old man, I'm going to die because of you. Chapter 1690. The sword spirit was in front and Lu Xiaoyi was at the back, one in front and one in back. If the one in front was a human, like senior brother Shi Jiao, he would need to ensure the person's escape route and side. However, the one in front was the sword spirit. This thing didn't have a physical body, so he didn't need to care too much about how to protect it. The most important thing was to maintain the strength of the attack so that the 2 of them could move forward quickly enough so that they wouldn't be surrounded by the slow-moving zombies. At the same time, he hoped that the sword spirit knew what was good for it and would kill through the zombies and enter the main road on the other side. The sword spirit's attack was indeed sharp, and every time it attacked without hesitation. Lu Xiaoyi's responsibility was to clean up the flanks. This strategy allowed them to move quickly at the beginning, but as they approached the central area, there were more and more zombies and they became more and more concentrated, so their speed slowed down. A radius of nearly 100 miles was not a distance for a practitioner, but for him, it was a long journey of death. Even if he rushed to the central area, he still had to cover a distance of 50 miles. Usually, it would take a lot of time to run this distance, not to mention now that he had to deal with the zombies that had been blown up and were slowly moving towards them. He also finally realized that the so-called hilly area was actually not a hill, but a cave that was half buried and half exposed. There were zombies continuously crawling out from inside. This was a zombie community. What was the sword spirit's purpose? Was it purely for the sake of killing? He began to have doubts in his heart. At the beginning, they only had to face 1 or 2 zombies, but later on, there were 4 or 5 zombies. When they rushed out more than 30 miles, there were always dozens of zombies entangling with them. If they couldn't deal with them quickly, there would be more zombies surrounding them. It was already impossible to get off the tiger. At this time, Lu Xiaoyi actually calmed down and rushed forward wholeheartedly. This was the most basic quality of a swordsman. Only by having no distractions could one focus on killing the enemy. The sword spirit became more and more ferocious. Wherever the sword flashed, there were hundreds of rays of brilliance. One must know that this was a sealed sword spirit, so it was somewhat inconceivable for it to do this. Lu Xiaoyi was already side by side with it. There was no need to care about the back. If the zombies behind them surrounded them, they would definitely die today. He could only force his way forward. How did he force himself to this point? He was also very curious. It was as if the sword spirit had a strange charm. That kind of loyalty to the sword to the point of death had moved him. Higher-level zombies began to appear. Their bodies were tougher, their reactions more agile, and their strength more powerful. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't sure how the zombies here were categorized, but he didn't really care. Both swords were condensed from sword spirits. However, one of them was illusory and needed to be supplied with energy, while the other was real. As long as the owner had the strength, it would never be damaged. This was a great advantage in battle. Wherever the sword went, it was invincible. He finally saw a huge cave in the direction of the sword spirit, but he wasn't sure if the sword spirit would just pass by it or if it had other intentions. This was a crazy sword spirit. One could only imagine what kind of person its original owner was. But at this moment, the sword blade condensed by the sword spirit had a slight change, as if it had shrunk by half an inch. Although the change was small, it didn't escape Lu Xiaoyi's observation. He knew that the sword spirit was a little weak. At this time, of course, he should step forward bravely. He took the initiative to take most of the pressure, and the sword light in his hand burst out with a bright light. The last time he fought so hard was in the sword Dao Steely. He didn't expect that this time, he would fight with his mortal body. The world was unpredictable, and it was really unpredictable. The most dangerous battle after reaching the primordial spirit was not against the young spirit, but against a group of magic objects that had lost their masters. The last part of the road was opened up by Lu Xiaoyi. Finally, he was close to the huge cave. When he was still hesitating whether to step over the hill and rush out of the encirclement, or something else, the sword spirit beside him suddenly let out a sword cry. The sword light soared again, and it plunged into the cave. In a flash, Lu Xiaoyi didn't have time to think carefully. He jumped in, because he believed that a sword spirit of more than 10,000 years would not choose such a brainless death. There must be a reason. As soon as he entered the cave, he immediately seemed to be in another space. The zombies outside jumped around the cave entrance, but didn't dare to follow in, as if there was something here that made them extremely afraid. This was an ancient battlefield. Blood-stained banners, broken swords, scattered armor, and endless corpses. From time to time, an arm stretched out from the soil, and then a broken zombie slowly crawled out. It was the inexplicable ancient battlefield space that could produce zombies that Fu Shi had mentioned. However, they were just speculating, and Lu Xiaoyi saw it with his own eyes. The sword spirit quickly swayed to the center of the battlefield. There was nothing here that could stop the two of them. Most of the newly crawling zombies couldn't even stand steadily, let alone fight. Lu Xiaoyi followed closely behind, and finally found the goal of the Sword Spirit's adventure. In the center of the battlefield, countless bones were piled up under the war flag, and a huge corpse lotus was in full bloom. There were strange lotuses in the universe, and there was no envy for immortals. The 3 flowers didn't gather at the crown, and the 5 flowers didn't gather at the origin. This poem was talking about the 8 most special lotuses in the universe. They were recognized by both Buddhism and Taoism as good things, and great opportunities. Among them, Buddhism was the most important. The lotus was the saint of flowers, symbolizing purity, elegance, tranquility, and transcendence. The lotus was pure and untainted by dirt, symbolizing Buddha and Bodhisattva's transcendence from the mortal world, and the 4 elements were all empty. The lotus would not die, and it would bloom again in the next year, symbolizing that the soul of the dead would not be destroyed, and it would continue to be reincarnated. Buddhism had 8 auspicious treasures: the precious umbrella, the double fish, the precious vase, the lotus, the white conch, the rui scepter, the precious banner, and the golden wheel. However, Buddha placed the lotus in the most noble position. Due to the sacred meaning of the lotus in Buddhism, the Buddhist scriptures called the Buddhist holy flower lotus, the Buddhist kingdom lotus world, the Kasaya lotus clothes, the monk's mudra lotus palms, and even Buddha was called the lotus prince. The lotus was the only one among the hundreds of flowers that could coexist with a flower, a fruit, lotus root, and a seed, lotus seed. It symbolized the coexistence of the 3 bodies of Buddha, Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. The lotus had 5 colors: white, green, red, purple, and yellow, and it was called the 5 heavenly flowers. Among them, white and green were the most popular. It was called the 5 non-Chaoyuan. In other words, if one could possess any of the 5 colored lotuses, he would have the ability similar to that of an immortal. Of course, the possession here was not something that could be obtained by luck, but by condensing one's own power. It also required a lot of effort, and it was called the Lotus Way. It was a very special branch of Buddhism, and it was not something that ordinary monks could hope for. It was a disguised way to become an immortal. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi had only heard of it. At his current level, he could not fully understand these things. Chapter 1691. White Lotus Flower, Sanskrit transliterated as Fentili. This flower grew in the Buddha kingdom's Anuda pond and was rarely seen in the mortal world. Hence, it was also known as the flower of hope. Green lotus flower, Sanskrit transliterated as Ubala. Its leaves were long and narrow, round at the bottom and tapering at the top. The green and white were distinct and resembled Buddha's eyes. Hence, it was known as the lotus eye in the Buddhist scriptures. In Buddhism, each lotus flower had its own meaning. It was something that could not be encountered or sought. It only existed in ideology. The Buddha kingdom was also illusory. Whatever the lotus flower in one's heart was, it was what it was. If one could match the lotus flower in the Buddha kingdom in one's ideology, one would possess some of the abilities of an immortal. Hence, the 5-colored lotus flower was not necessarily real. It was just a concept. No one knew what it looked like. It only existed in the hearts of cultivators. However, the 3 flowers in the phrase 3 flowers do not gather at one's crown had its origins. The 3 flowers were not the 3 flowers of Taoism. They were referring to 3 types of lotus flowers: the treasure lotus, the water lotus, and the corpse lotus. The reason why these 3 types of lotus flowers were the most powerful was not because they had any power. In the cultivation world, using power to understand a treasure was a very low-level concept. If a treasure could only kill someone by throwing it out, then it was not a good treasure. How could there be anything invincible in the cultivation world? Their uniqueness was that they could help cultivators understand the Tao. It was not just a superficial understanding, but a deeper understanding of a certain innate Tao. For example, the treasure lotus contained the innate Tao of time. This was very powerful. Although everyone knew about time, no one was proficient in it. This was why the treasure lotus was so valuable. Another example was the water lotus. The innate Tao it contained was nirvana. It was a Tao exclusive to Buddhism and was very mysterious. Finally, there was the corpse lotus. It did not sound nice, but it was related to a Tao that both Buddhism and Taoism valued greatly, reincarnation. There was no need to elaborate on the importance of reincarnation. Perhaps Yuanian cultivators might not be able to feel it, but perfected monarchs had many uses for it. If one were to walk up to the half-immortal level, the significance of reincarnation would be different. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi did not have a deep understanding of this yet. He was just a newly ascended primordial spirit cultivator, and was only in the middle of the perfected monarchs. It was precisely because of the characteristics of the three types of lotus flowers that they were highly regarded in the cultivation world. They were also extremely rare and could only be encountered by chance. They could not be cultivated and could only be grown naturally. The corpse lotus had no roots or stems. It was a strange parasitic creature that lived on the nutrients of rotting corpses. It mostly grew in tombs, ancient battlefields, and other places with dense miasma. Ordinary corpse lotuses still existed in the cultivation world, but if it was a corpse lotus that had fused with the reincarnation Grand Tao, then it was very precious. According to the rules of the heavenly Tao, there could only be one corpse lotus of the same great Tao of reincarnation, and they could not coexist. In the vast universe, where could one find one? With the same logic, there could only be one water lotus that contained the Grand Tao in this world. This showed how precious they were. The huge corpse lotus bloomed in the battlefield and emitted the stench of rotting flesh. It was also because of its existence that the reincarnation Grand Tao played a role in this ancient battlefield. That was why there were so many zombies being born. This was already a very miraculous ability. You couldn't expect it to really be able to bring back flesh and bones from the dead. It wasn't something that could be done by immortal techniques. It was a heaven-defying technique that didn't exist in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, there were many almighty existences that could change the heaven and earth. However, when it came to life, any responsible heavenly Tao belonged to Yang Jin. It would not be lenient because this was the beginning of a disaster. The smell emitted by the corpse lotus was nauseating. Cultivators could hold their breath and remain unmoved, but mortals could not. Their mouths, noses, and pores could not be closed. That was why Lu Xiaoyi felt very uncomfortable even before he got close. The sword spirit naturally did not care about the smell. He quickly approached and continuously pierced the corpse lotus. The corpse lotus clearly did not have any resistance and could only passively endure the sword spirit's attacks. However, no matter what the sword spirit did, the wounds that were cut would always heal instantly and the wounds that were pierced would be as good as new. In this sealed environment, the attacks of mortals paled in comparison. In this place, it was almost an indestructible existence. There was still time. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. There was no need to think about the problems outside. Holding his breath, he quickly approached the corpse lotus. 7 and quickly slid across the corpse lotus to feel its sturdiness and recovery speed. After a series of actions, Lu Xiaoyi, who was almost unable to hold his breath, jumped away. He paused for a moment to adjust his breathing. He went forward again and tried again. After repeating this several times, he finally understood some of the characteristics of the corpse lotus. It was very troublesome. He came to a few conclusions. First of all, the smell was indeed very unpleasant. Mortals might faint after smelling it for a long time. Even if his constitution was far superior to that of a normal person, there was still a limit. However, the smell was indeed not poisonous and could not kill. It was just a characteristic of the corpse lotus itself. Ordinary corpse lotuses used this stench to attract flies or beetles to spread their pollen. Although this corpse lotus had merged with the great Tao of reincarnation, its essence had not changed. Its smell was countless times stronger than ordinary corpse lotuses. Secondly, the corpse lotus's fleshy petals were at the level of ordinary plants. Not to mention a sharp sword, any kind of hard object could easily cut it open. It was like a layer of juice wrapped in a membrane. As long as the juice flowed out, the power of reincarnation would be produced and it would naturally heal seamlessly. Finally, just like ordinary corpse lotuses, this damned thing had no roots and no stem. It was impossible to use the most effective method to deal with plants, which was to cut off the roots and stem to get rid of its source of nutrients. Its nutrients came from the ancient battlefield, from the souls of tens of thousands of people who died in battle. These things filled this space and were everywhere. As a mortal, he could not cut off this layer of connection. Lu Xiaoyi kept on trying, but the sword spirit finally stopped. Perhaps it knew that its attacks were useless, so it simply stood at the side and did not move. It was as if the next problem would be solved by Lu Xiaoyi. That's good. Even if it can't help, at least it won't cause trouble. This is a good quality. This thing must be destroyed. Destroying it would mean destroying the source of zombies, and the universe would be cleared. At least in the King Zombie world, no more zombies would appear. He could clearly see that these mutilated corpses were sent to various places in the universe through the spatial cracks that were everywhere. The King Zombie world was definitely not the only destination. As for whether destroying this natural wonder would be a waste of God's gift, he did not care. After all, if this corpse lotus was gone, another one would naturally be born in the universe. It would not be cut off, so there was no need to talk about karma. Who placed this thing here? Was it natural or was it intentional? There was no way to speculate. Maybe the old sword spirit knew? Let's destroy it first. This must be the sword spirit's wish. Chapter 1692. P.S. Looking for monthly votes. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Lu Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and began to make his move. The first move was to see if he could drag the huge corpse lotus out of the ancient battlefield. The corpse lotus was 30 feet in diameter. Purely in terms of weight, Lu Xiaoyi's strength would not be a problem. But in fact, he gave up on this method after a few attempts. No matter whether he pushed or pulled, the corpse lotus did not move an inch. This meant that it had a mysterious connection with this space that did not belong to the mortal world. This was not something he could do now. The second move was to carve a corrosive formation. Even though he had been sealed, he didn't have any memories. He hadn't forgotten the strange inscribed sword formations that he had learned when he was building his foundation. Even though he didn't have any spirit stones or mana, he still had some inner energy. He could activate part of the formation's power to a certain extent. He couldn't use it to kill, but he could still cause trouble. He tried again, but it still ended in failure. Because it was impossible to carve anything on the huge petals of the corpse lotus. When the tip of the sword scratched, the petals recovered instantly. There was no chance for the formation to take shape. Cultivation methods could not be used, and the methods of the mortal world were also useless. Lu Xiaoyi fell into deep thought. He needed to make some high-tech things. After many attempts, he found that the secret of the reincarnation of the corpse lotus was probably in the juice of the lotus petals. Perhaps it was not the secret of reincarnation, but the medium that carried the energy of the corpse lotus. Since he could not cut it with a sword, he could only use his mind to take drastic measures. This was an ancient battlefield. Although it was ancient, the special environment allowed the human bones and weapon remains to be relatively intact. They were not eroded by the wind for a long time. Among the countless broken weapons, he found a few well-preserved long weapon grips. He also found a few intact armors and a mace head. He began to make it. First, he used a few weapons to make a fixed frame, which was less than 10 feet away from the corpse lotus. Then, he used the mace head as a shaft and placed it horizontally. There was no bearing. That thing was too delicate and was not something he could make now. So he just used it. After dismantling a few sets of armor, he used his longsword to cut out 6 or 7 pieces of equal size. After bending them slightly, he fixed them onto the spikes of the mace, forming a simple device with the mace as the axis and 7 pieces of leaves on it. The most troublesome part was how to seal it. There had to be a suitable water inlet pipe. As for whether there was an outlet pipe or not, it didn't matter, right? This was a thick iron spear shaft. It was unknown which general had used it to be so thick. He needed to hollow out the middle to form a hollow pipe, which was obviously difficult to do with the 7 ants. Although it could melt iron like mud, it was not long enough. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the sword spirit, who had nothing to do. This thing was a standard drill. In the end, it was a crude water pump. Fortunately, he did not need the lift, nor did he need the flow, nor did he need it to be sturdy and durable. He had come into contact with these things in his previous life. It was from a small shop that specialized in water pumps that he became familiar with. There were countless loopholes. Fortunately, he did not need to draw water from the bottom of the well. There was not even a difference in height. There was really no other way. If he was a mortal, then he could only rely on the limited mechanical knowledge he had in his previous life. In theory, inserting a pipe and sucking in a mouthful of water seemed to be a good method. However, the juice of the corpse lotus was rather viscous. Moreover, he did not want to drink a mouthful of corpse lotus juice. The nutrients of this thing were too disgusting. It took him a few days to finish this set of things. He could not make it too detailed. He did not even have a pair of pliers on hand, so he had to make do with it. No matter what, this was a great attempt. It was a challenge from an industrial civilization to a cultivation civilization. He did not have much confidence. The only good news was that this corpse lotus did not have the ability to fight back. Perhaps in a different cultivation environment, it would have the ability to defend itself. However, in this place, it was a big flower. The shaft of the spear, which was the water inlet pipe, had been fixed. The entire device was like an iron pulley. A spear handle extended from the front, and the tip was cut into a sharp wedge. Lu Xiaoyi pushed this thing forward. Under the tremendous force, the sharp wedge was inserted into the several feet thick petals of the corpse lotus. Lu Xiaoyi jumped up and grabbed the handle he had made himself. He bent his waist and began to shake with all his might. His hands were dancing in the air. After dozens of breaths, not a single drop of juice flowed out from the mouth. He could only give up. What had gone wrong with this terrible operation? He withdrew from the device and looked at the sharp wedge at the entrance. Some of the juice had already solidified. This was a self-protection mechanism of the corpse lotus. It was like platelets to blood. It could not keep flowing. There had to be a special biological function to prevent it from flowing out. The key point was that before the juice solidified, he did not have enough suction force to suck it out. His intuition was that the rotation speed was too slow. The industrial civilization used electric motors, while the cultivation civilization used magical power. He had nothing at the moment. How high could the rotation speed be if he only relied on the strength of a mortal? He once again looked at the sword spirit. Wasn't this the best electric motor? No matter how fast he spun, he wouldn't get dizzy, right? They had been together for a long time. They could be considered to have the most basic communication. Moreover, he had demonstrated it before. It was not difficult for the sword spirit to understand such an action. The sword spirit was somewhat reluctant, but it recognized this companion, so it could only reluctantly do it. Although it always felt that this thing was a little strange, its root could not be wrong. It was a comrade of the sword vein. After removing the membrane at the sharp wedge, he once again stabbed the long shaft into the corpse lotus. When the sword spirit turned the handle, the rotation speed was not something Lu Xiaoyi could compare with. It was several orders of magnitude faster. It felt like a low-quality, second-hand electric motor. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. After dozens of breaths, there was still no movement at the entrance. Lu Xiaoyi had to stop the sword spirit, who was spinning crazily. This fellow's speed was really fast. He was worried that his crude device would fall apart. What was the problem? Was the seal not good? He admitted that the seal was not good enough, but he did not ask for too much. It was not like he wanted to draw a deep well or raise a river. He deliberately made the device very low, even lower than the petals of the corpse lotus. If it was water, it would have flowed out by itself, right? Water. Lu Xiaoyi realized a small oversight. It was basic knowledge. He took out the 2 large leather water bags on his back. There was no water inside. There was no water in this damned place. It was the blood of insects. In this place, he could only rely on this to quench his thirst. He carefully poured the blood into the water inlet until the entire inlet was filled. Then, he gradually filled up the leaves. Because of the seal problem, there were traces of blood leaking from the joints. Fortunately, it was not serious. After the vase was filled, he no longer hesitated. With a strong push, the shaft once again stabbed into the corpse lotus petals. At the same time, the sword spirit quickly spun. Chapter 1693. P.S. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. This time, there was finally juice spurting out. Because there was no outlet at all, it was directly spurting out from the side of the cylinder. Moreover, the juice was also flowing out from the seams, splashing everywhere. The strong smell made Lu Xiaoyi hold his breath, but the sword spirit didn't care. Seeing that there was an effect, it became more and more excited. Lu Xiaoyi didn't stay idle either. Holding his sword, he began to slash at the corpse lotus crazily, causing it as much damage as possible. This corpse lotus, because of the special environment, although it didn't have the power to resist, it was actually very safe. It was safer than when it had the ability to defend itself in the outside world. This was because this place was full of strange creatures, all zombies that it had reincarnated. They were densely packed and stacked layer upon layer. It was very difficult for any enemy to break in. Even if an enemy really broke in, they would be at the level of a mortal. How could they cause harm to an existence like it? Just his self-healing ability alone was not something that could be shaken by a mortal body. But now, it met a mortal who didn't take the usual path. Under the double blow, the corpse lotus finally began to wither after a while. It shouldn't be so weak, but the sealed environment also had an effect on it. This was equal. No existence here could be special. The main effect was the loss of juice from the corpse lotus. At this time, Lu Xiaoyi finally understood. What was being lost was not the reincarnation realm, but the vitality of the corpse lotus itself. To completely destroy it, he couldn't just rely on the body of the lotus to kill it. He also needed to fuse with its realm. This was very simple for him when he was a cultivator, but it was basically impossible for him as a mortal. He wasn't tempted by such a temptation. He was no longer a novice, and he had more than 10 realm cultivators on his back. He had a strong tolerance in this aspect, and he wouldn't do any unnecessary actions because of greed. Destroying the corpse lotus and removing the root of the zombie's resurrection was his only goal. The corpse lotus was powerless to resist. Its petals withered and drooped down, but it still needed a fatal blow. In this aspect, Lu Xiaoyi wasn't sure what he should do. Because he wasn't a primordial spirit now, and it wasn't just a matter of ability, but also a matter of perception, he could only try his best to weaken it, and weaken it even more. Only then could he see it more clearly. But he didn't wait until the moment when he completely understood. The sword spirit continuously drew out the juice of the corpse lotus as it spun crazily. It spun faster and faster until the defective product created by Lu Xiaoyi suddenly broke into pieces. The sword spirit didn't hesitate. A wisp of sword light burst out and plunged into the pistil of the corpse lotus that had been cut by Lu Xiaoyi a long time ago. It seemed as if it had cut something. In just an instant, the struggling corpse lotus suddenly stopped resisting. It was as if it had been weathered away, fusing with the yellow ground and disappearing without a trace. A strange howl seemed to be heard. At this moment, all the zombies that were still crawling out of the ancient battlefield stopped moving. Some returned to the ground, while others dragged half of their bodies and wriggled in the battlefield. Everything was over. Lu Xiaoyi and Sword Spirit left the space one after another. The countless zombies outside were all dumbfounded. They didn't want to kill anymore. Taking advantage of the zombies' stupefied state, they quickly passed through the zombies and arrived at the other end of the main road. He could feel that the Sword Spirit had lost a lot of energy after going through such a huge battle. He could replenish his energy through food, but the Sword Spirit could not. It was a body of energy. In such an environment, There was no way it could replenish itself. Moreover, for a sword spirit, even in the outside world of cultivation, it could not replenish itself. This was because the only way it could replenish itself was through its master. Since the sword cultivator was gone, the sword spirit could not last long. What Lu Xiaoyi found strange was that although the battle was very intense, if the sword spirit had lost so much in such a battle, it could be imagined that the sword spirit's reserves were limited. It probably didn't have much time left in the future. As for how the sword spirit broke the reincarnation Tao of the corpse lotus, he didn't care. After all, the sword spirit was different from him. It had extraordinary senses even in such an environment. What it could sense, he couldn't, so there was no need for him to get to the bottom of it. He couldn't ask, so there was no way to communicate. As they continued forward, the sword spirit didn't slow down at all. It even seemed to be in a hurry. What was the sword spirit in such a hurry for? This time, the sword spirit's behavior was different from before. It didn't take the initiative to attack the strange creatures they encountered. Those that didn't provoke the two of them were let off lightly. It only attacked those that were in the way and those that provoked them. In this connecting passage, the sword spirit wasn't the only one looking for trouble with other strange creatures. Other strange creatures also looked for trouble with the sword spirit. They were enemies and couldn't tolerate each other. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care whether the sword spirit was happy or not. He began to take the initiative to take on the responsibility of fighting. What surprised him was that the sword spirit also stopped fighting, as if it had tacitly approved of his actions. It was like an old man who, after seeing his younger generation grow up, finally put away his pride and unyielding heart, allowing the younger generation to take on the responsibility that originally belonged to them. Finally, it knew that it was old. Along the way, they overcame all difficulties. Nothing could stop the sharpness of the two swords. Most of the time, Lu Xiaoyi could handle it alone. Occasionally, when there were more opponents, the sword spirit would come to help. The man and the sword kept moving forward with such tacit understanding, never stopping. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know where the sword spirit was taking him, but he knew that the sword spirit must have its instinctive intentions, and it definitely wouldn't harm him. Over the past few days, although the sword spirit hadn't blocked a single attack for him, he could feel some things that didn't need to be explained with words. The sword vein of the universe was like a family. He deeply understood this point. For a sword spirit who had been lonely here for who knew how many years, the joy of meeting a companion was irreplaceable. Even if it was a swordsman, they still needed to support each other. This was what it meant to be a human. Their speed was getting faster and faster, because those who wanted to go to the mortal world to seek freedom had already set off. Most of the remaining people didn't have any urgent needs in this aspect. Moreover, the probability of bumping into earth crawlers was getting higher and higher. 7 or 8 out of 10 other worldlings were earth crawlers. This gave Lu Xiaoyi a bad premonition. Did the sword spirit think that after defeating the zombies, it could start all over again with the help of earth crawlers? He didn't care too much. These days, whether it was from Shi Jiao's senior brothers or the sword spirit, he had learned a lot of very practical close combat sword skills. There was nothing more effective than learning and killing enemies at the same time. He was just worried that the sword spirit's old arms and legs wouldn't be able to resist a fierce battle. Earth crawlers and zombies were no different in terms of fighting power, but they were undoubtedly more dangerous because they had many legs. In terms of speed, zombies couldn't compare at all. This was also the biggest danger for them. Once they were surrounded, the chances of escaping were slim. Chapter 1694. P.S. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. Sure enough, as Lu Xiaoyi expected, the next open area they came to was the territory of the Earthcrawlers. Lu Xiaoyi finally had a rough idea of his current position in the passage. According to senior brother Shi Jiao, the area where the Earthcrawlers gathered was more than half the way, which meant that he had now crossed the middle line of the passage. He was still wandering around the edge. Lu Xiaoyi knew that it couldn't hear him, but he still kept complaining. "Old thing. You can't go through here. Unless you want to leave your old bones here." In the end, The dissipated energy of the sword spirit benefited these earth crawlers. "I'm telling you, I won't accompany you. If you want to go, you have to go by yourself. You're already an adult, how can you not understand the gravity of the situation?" Lu Xiaoyi was nagging here, but the sword spirit was wandering in front of him, just like when it attacked the zombies. It was probably looking for an angle to wedge in. It was a bit suicidal. What he couldn't understand was that in the zombies' territory, one could achieve the goal of eliminating the zombies by destroying the corpse lotus. Then, would there be such a core in the Earthcrawler's territory? Or was there an insect queen? Was this possible? Lu Xiaoyi was very clear about the horror of an insect queen. He also didn't think that there would be a cultivator raising such a thing. If it was just an ordinary mating between a male and female, how could it be cut off? What was the point of rushing in? However, the sword spirit didn't listen to his advice. The sword spirit had been wandering around, wandering in the area where the earth crawlers were the thinnest. The intensity of the battle wasn't high, but Lu Xiaoyi was constantly on tenterhooks. He wasn't worried about himself, but he was worried that the sword spirit wouldn't be able to resist. This kind of worry continued until they slipped to the other side of the main road. Then, the sword spirit sped up and ran into the depths of the main road. Lu Xiaoyi then realized that the sword spirit wasn't as stupid as he thought. It also knew when to take the initiative and when to retreat. It was a smart old thing. He had underestimated the sword spirit. As time went on, the chances of encountering mutants became lower and lower. It appeared that these creatures were also very territorial. Zombies were extinct, and reptiles were rare. However, the number of creatures that gradually increased were those that didn't have the ability to reproduce, such as spiritual entities, pet beasts, puppets, treasure spirits, and so on. In terms of numbers, these creatures were many levels lower than zombies and reptiles. These creatures weren't hostile towards the swordsman, and some of them even felt close to him. In fact, it all depended on their master's attitude when he was alive, which was then expressed in their bodies. The journey became more leisurely, and Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was troubled. Because the blood of the food he had brought with him had run out, he had no choice but to control himself and stay in a state of hunger for a long time. Seeing a reptile or a slightly hostile demonic beast made him very happy, because there was food again. It was an awkward situation, but his companions couldn't understand. They continued on like this, and when they entered the third and final open area, he was already in a state of complete hunger. There was nothing else that could hunt for him. Fortunately, he wouldn't starve to death, because the thing that was sealed in the depths of his soul wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. It was just that this feeling was really unbearable. 3 open areas, 3 different ecological circles, and also represented 3 different attitudes towards cultivation. Those that could still maintain self-discipline after losing their master were those that had truly attained the Tao. They didn't stay here to wait for death, but to wait for a big enough change, and not to charge forward like idiots. The sword spirit was still in front, and Lu Xiaoyi was behind. Sometimes they would run along the main road, and sometimes they would plunge into the dense network of branch cracks. During this process, Lu Xiaoyi slowly learned how to distinguish between the branches of the network and the passageways. He wasn't too sure if the passageway had started to block again, because he wasn't familiar with the inside and outside of the passageway at all. However, as long as the sword spirit was willing to go, he would just follow. However, he was really a little curious. Where did the sword spirit want to bring him to? As they walked further and further, and as time passed, he began to wonder if the sword spirit wanted to bring him to the entrance of the inner and outer scenery heaven. He was a little nervous, but also a little excited. However, could he go to that place with his current state? Would he be unable to go in? Would he be beaten up if he went in? Was this the right time to go in? The more he walked, the more his heart itched, and he couldn't stop. After entering the passageway for nearly 2 years, a man and a sword came to a straight road. There was a dense light in front of them, making it impossible to look at directly. Lu Xiaoyi felt that the thing that was sealed in the depths of his soul was ready to move, so he knew that he had come to a very important place, the intersection of the 3 passageways of the inner scenery heaven, the outer scenery heaven, and the splendid heaven and earth. If he could pass through that dense light, he might go to a place that he didn't even dare to think about before. The sword spirit began to wander around, as if looking for something. Lu Xiaoyi followed behind, and couldn't help but start to complain out of habit. "Old man, what are you looking for?" "We can kill the zombies, and I don't care about the reptiles. Even if we have to fight with those treasure spirits, I'll help you. But this is not a place where you can go as you please. It doesn't matter if you fight with a demi-immortal, but my small body can't take it. I'm not a junior, but there should be a limit to crossing realms, right?" The sword spirit did not pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he kept looking for the sword spirit, which gave Lu Xiaoyi a headache. After getting along with the sword spirit for nearly 2 years, he felt closer to this strange sword spirit than he did to Shi Jiao and his other senior brothers. The most important thing was his respect for the senior sword vein. In the path of sword Dao, who could cultivate to the demi-immortal level wasn't an earth-shattering figure. Such a figure was worthy of him following and doing his best. The sword spirit was old and gone, leaving behind this unyielding sword spirit. He should send it on its last journey. However, this didn't mean that he could tolerate other people's arrangements for him. Lu Xiaoyi hated other people's arrangements for his cultivation the most. In the first 2,000 years of cultivation, he had always been making arrangements for himself, and he had also opened up a path that belonged to him alone. Now that he had reached the primordial spirit realm with great difficulty, he was being arranged. What kind of ability should go to what kind of place? If he went down, he could be arrogant, but if he went up, he could only be beaten. He didn't have a good temper, and he couldn't be submissive. No matter who it was, they couldn't make him yield. It was said that there were at least tens of thousands of demi-immortals in the exterior heavenly realm. Was this something that he could show off with his current ability? Although he thought so, his body was unusually honest, because he was a person who was not stingy and liked novelty. He had been traveling in the main world for hundreds of years, and with his current strength, he felt that all the mountains were small. It seemed that if he went down, he wouldn't be able to improve in essence. Then, was this the beginning of another chapter for him? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.